returns to Las Vegas this September. Streaming live only on Hulu.
Get all of the ticket info at iHeartRadio.com/festival.
Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Oi! What's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi. Oh, what's good? My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. It is a Thursday. Thought it was Friday yesterday, Rob. Thought it was Friday today. Who knows what day I'll think it is tomorrow. But today, Rob Anthony's here as well.
What's up, man?
I don't know what day he thinks it is, but
I'm with you on the Friday thing.
It's hard to tell around here sometimes.
It feels like wishful thinking. I'm all over the place
today.
It's a
Friday,
man.
yeah.
I mean, I forgot my glasses. I can't see, God damn it. So I forgot my glasses. My mouse. I'm a mess over here today.
Rob has a pet mouse that he likes to bring in. Little Algernon comes in here on a daily basis. It's the unofficial Alan Cox Show mascot. But we don't have an aversion to rodentia around here.
No.
It's had all of its shots.
It's cute.
And yeah, it's cute. Well, are your glasses a thick prescription?
No, not at all. They're just
thick
they're
boy
reading.
glasses? Oh, really?
Yeah, and without them, I struggle a tad. So if you see me squinting all day today,
yeah,
that's why. And I feel like I look different without my glasses.
I'm to that point where I'm waiting for my LASIK to wear off. I got LASIK shortly after I came to Cleveland. I actually ran into the guy who did it, the great Jim Principe over there. Ran into him in the flats a couple of weekends ago, just purely coincidentally, and he was the guy that had done my LASIK out there in Independence many years ago, and I got it done shortly after I had turned 40, and they told me at the time, they said, well, listen, you know, most people get it done a lot earlier than this, and you'll have a good run with it, but obviously the older you get from 40 on, at some point you're going to need some glasses. And I said, okay. I've had a really good run with LASIK. I just turned 54. My eyes are as good as they've been the entire time, but I feel like I'm going to wake up one morning and that's all going to be gone. And I'm going to have to get glasses. And I've never had glasses. And it's not making me nervous. It's just one of those things I know that I'll have to contend with at some point.
Yeah,
there's a vanity issue for me, I think, that I've never worn glasses.
Yeah, the only time I wear them is, like I said, when I'm working on computer. It's in here because there's so many screens.
But that's all.
I wear them.
That's essentially all the time.
Well, I mean, I have a small prescription for that. I don't wear them all the time, so it's.
No, but I mean, like, we're on our computers and phones now all the time.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. And, you know, even if you can see properly, like, I don't like, I do it like everybody else does, but I know it's a bad idea when I'm doing it. If I'm lying there in the dark looking at my phone, because you just fry your eyes after a while, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm like, well, I'll turn the light on. But it's like, I'm not going to get up and turn the light on, just look at my dumb phone. But that's what it is. Okay, so you don't have, like, Coke bottles.
Oh, Jesus. Just scared the piss out of me.
What was that?
My phone. I don't know why it just did that. My ringer's off.
What did it do?
Somebody called and it just went.
Oh.
Oh. Whew.
You all right?
Well, I didn't care much for these underwear anyway.
Right.
Scared the crap out of me.
We got to put our phones on silent.
I know.
Uh-huh.
My first day, Alan.
No, that's okay.
My client, a female machinist, complained about not being paid for overtime. And when she came to work the next day, she found a rat in her toolbox. Does this sound familiar? Call the law office of Lindy Korn.
Yeah. Rob found a mouse in his toolbox, and then he lost his mouse. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm just walking around looking for things today. I'm like, is there somebody's mouse I could borrow?
Yeah.
Does anybody have reading glasses I could use?
Mm-hmm. Hey, you want to use mine, by the way? Mine, I use a trackball mouse when I use my laptop.
I think there's one in my desk. I just have to go
okay.
look.
Well, if you don't, I've got one with a little dongle in it.
Ooh.
That you can use.
That's nice.
Use my
Sharing your
dongle.
dong with me. That's so sweet.
Hey, you know what happened last night? And I don't know if it was coincidental or if I don't know if maybe word got down to them. I got a message from Corey Feldman's people asking if I wanted to have him on the show today.
No way.
And I said, I absolutely do. We played that new song of his yesterday, which is, he calls it a Beatles tribute.
Yeah.
Boy, it sure is. And yeah, they were, hey, you want to have Corey Feldman on the show tomorrow? I said, I absolutely do. Didn't hear back from him.
This is today or tomorrow?
No, last night they hit me up. Do you want to have Corey Feldman
today.
on the show tomorrow? Meaning today. And I said, I absolutely do. And I didn't hear back from him. So I don't know what that's about.
He's the kind of guy that just shows up, too. Corey Feldman's here for his interview, just standing out in the
Well,
lobby.
no, it was like a phoner thing.
No, I know.
Yeah. That seems just as likely, though, as anything else, maybe, that he would be out there in the airlock. Comedian Pete Lee was set to join us today as well. He's doing the Weekend at Hilarities, but his flights got all jammed up, so he's going to be in here tomorrow. It's been real hard with guests recently.
Yeah.
Schedules have been screwed up. I'm supposed to have Roseanne Barr on the show when we get back from the holiday week. She's going to be here on Monday. Well, not here. I'm going to have her on the phone, or Zoom, I think, on July the 7th. I give that a 50-50 shot. I mean, people are busy. People can, if they're having a bad day, right? They'll be like, I don't want to do it. People can become petulant. And I understand that. There's days where everybody goes, screw it, I don't want to do this.
Yeah, summer's tough, too. I mean, we couldn't even get Sammy Hagar, who's just like on a permanent vacation, to join us. He just didn't even show up. And then the label called me, and they're like, oh, we're going to take care of that for you. We'll send you some alternate dates. I think they called him. He's like, yeah, I'm not doing that.
Exactly.
Are you nuts? I'm on an island right now drinking tequila. I had a window.
Kyle Mooney blew me off, right? I hit up. So Kyle Mooney from SNL is coming in to do the show at the Grog Shop. It was last night. I think he's funny. I think he's great. So I hit up Kathy over at the Grog Shop like 2 weeks ago. Hey, is Kyle doing any press for this? I'd love to help pimp some tickets. Talk to him a little bit. I think he's funny. Sure, let's set it up. His people call him. Hey, we're going to do this Tuesday, I think is what it was, in advance of the show at the Grog Shop. Great. Let's do this, whatever. Could you call him? Of course I can call him. Call him, get his voicemail, nothing. After that, so I'm like, look, I'm just trying to help you, man. I'm trying to help you sell tickets, right? I don't have any skin in this game. I think you're funny. I don't take it personally, but, that's why I don't really promote guests.
Yeah.
A lot of shows are like, Friday, so-and-so's coming on. I don't ever do that. I'd love to do that. I don't ever do that.
Every time you do,
because
you get burned.
Yes, yeah. Every time you promote, you get burned. So-and-so's on the show today. And then they go, nah. So, whatever. I hope it was a good show last night if you went. And I hope it was well attended.
Well, you're a mensch because you gave away those tickets.
I gave away tickets yesterday. Oh, and
hey, what about you?
Yeah.
It's your first day, too. Man, we are
myself
a wreck
on
today.
silent.
Holy cow.
It's okay. It's
that one
all
didn't
right.
scare me, at least.
You remain unpooped?
That one did not scare me.
From that one?
That last one. God almighty, did I jump. Whew. It wouldn't have made that sound sitting here, boy.
Yeah, it's true. I got super high last night, so I'm probably a little echoes of that, maybe.
Just take a little too much?
Yeah, I think so. A friend of mine was doing stand-up last night at a place called Tailgaters, which is kind of this divey bar out in Avon Lake, and it's like 10 minutes from my house. So I go, yeah, we'll hang out. He and I had the same birthday, so we're doing a birthday shot. And then I had a drink, and I had already taken like 10 milligrams last night, and I was like, So, I mean, by the time I got home, I was flying, so I hadn't... intended on that. So maybe it's just ripple effects from that last night.
What's my excuse?
Same thing.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You had the
I was
other
eating
half.
edibles last night. Yeah, that's what
I
it
had
was.
the other half.
That's the ticket.
I've got to take a break here. More money for you, by the way, around 2:30. That next keyword, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. You're going to get 4 of them this afternoon, each one of them with a grand. So I hope that you win one of them. We'll do that coming up, 35192, and text me for anything else. You can watch the show on our YouTube channel and listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One,
is coming back to Las Vegas.
T-Mobile Arena,
September 19th and 20th.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
And you can be there for a weekend full of superstar performances.
Playing live.
The Offspring.
You gotta keep them separated. That's okay, 'cause I got no
Jelly Roll. Sammy Hagar. Justice. John Fogerty, and more. 15 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage.
Never seen before collaborations. Once in a lifetime artist moments you'll have to see to believe.
We love you, Las Vegas.
Tickets are on sale now at AXS.com. Go to AXS.com to get your tickets today.
And we'll see you at our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Presented by Capital One.
Make the most of your summer at the Kia Summer Sticker Sales Event. Get great deals on capable specially tagged Kias, like the Sportage, Sorento, and Seltos.
Let's go!
Or the versatile Nero Hybrid, plug-in hybrid, or EV. Right now, get 1.9% APR for up to 60 months for well-qualified buyers, plus $500 retail bonus cash on the purchase of specially tagged new 2025 Sorento and Sportage vehicles. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. Financing for 24 to 60 months from Kia Finance. Subject to credit approval for purchase of a new 2025 Sorento or Sportage. Excludes hybrid and PHEV. $1,748 per month per 1,000 financed at 60 months. No down payment required. $500 retail bonus cash on specially tagged 2025 Sportage and Sorento vehicles. Must be applied towards the purchase and is not compatible with Kia Finance.
In Menor, returning Volkswagen owners are eligible for a $1,500 loyalty bonus through June 30th on the purchase of a new, unused 2025 Atlas, Tiguan, or Jetta. No trade-in required. With a huge selection of new vehicles arriving daily, June is the perfect time to visit the friendly staff at Classic Volkswagen in Menor. Currently own a model year 2015 or newer Volkswagen. Vehicle lease or purchase restrictions apply. Offer ends June 30th, 2025. See dealer for details.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Camping is such an adventure. I love how there's a surprise around every corner. Except when I'm surprised with a sudden allergy attack. Luckily, I've got Claritin D to attack back. And I didn't even need a prescription for this.
Get fast, powerful relief from your worst symptoms, like nasal congestion. It's so fast, it starts working in as little as 30 minutes.
Now, I can enjoy sleeping under the stars instead of sneezing under them.
Claritin clears. Use as directed.
At the Ohio Lottery, we make Keno fun. Your way. That means every few minutes across Ohio, 20 out of 80 possible numbers are randomly picked. And if some of the numbers you picked match, voila, you're a winner. Keno doesn't require you to know a single thing about sports ball or overs, unders, pluses, minuses, or lines, or whatever else. Keno is as simple as, did some of my numbers match? They did? Great. You just raked in some dough. There are more than 20 hours of Keno draws every day and thousands of places to play statewide. Lottery players are subject to Ohio laws and commission regulations. Play responsibly.
This is Kevin Moret from Mentality. Every day is a silent competition, and with testosterone dropping 1% annually, you're fighting an uphill battle. Your colleagues notice when you lose your edge, your partner senses when your confidence wavers, and without addressing low T, you're set up to fail. No willpower can overcome this hormonal deficit. Mentality's FDA-approved treatments have shown a 30% increase in testosterone levels. Don't let low T define you. Reclaim your power at mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40, period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
When there's a problem with your air conditioner, you need it fixed fast and at your convenience, not ours. Hi, I'm Doug Jackson with Jackson Comfort Services. At Jackson Comfort, we know it's not convenient to hear we'll be there sometime between 8 and 5, so we're closing that gap. Jackson Comfort guarantees our customers 1-hour appointment windows. You pick the 1-hour window that works best for you. Call or visit us online at jacksoncomfort.com, home of the 1-hour appointment window.
Shop Mattress Firm's July 4th sale and reclaim your restless nights. Choose from a curated premium selection of mattresses to find just the upgrade you're looking for. Get matched. Sleep at night.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Traffic. From the Elkin Elk Traffic Center, if an auto accident caused you injury, call 1-800-ELK-OHIO. Road construction on 271 northbound between Chagrin and Cedar is slowing things down. You have the right lane closed at Cedar, that as you slow back to Chagrin, and the 271 northbound entrance ramp into the express lanes at the Cedar Brainerd exit is closed. That's slowing you down as well. I'm Mike Ross from the Total Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Take 5 Oil Change. Get oil changes that are pit stop fast. The Take 5 Oil Change gets you in and out in 10 minutes and is teaming up with the movie F1 starring Brad Pitt. Drive in today and catch all the speed in action only in theaters June 27th. Rated PG-13.
iHeartRadio's got you covered for the summer. Hit play on the perfect summer playlist like Summer Classics. Road tripping with commercial-free stations like 70s Rock Ride. Or zone out in the shade with a good podcast. Your summer soundtrack is already in your pocket with the free iHeartRadio app. Find your next summer preset now.
iHeartRadio. If you find yourself breathless with constant laughter, congratulations. Now, could you tell us what show you're listening to?
It sounds fun. This is the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
We got our Saturday night metal show back this weekend, by the way. We've been really off and on because there was a West Coast road trip with the Guardians, and that will preempt us. And we'll be gone next weekend for the holiday weekend. But this Saturday night, we do a show called 2 Hours to Midnight. If you're a fan of metal, we do 120 minutes of nothing but. I'm joined by one Corrence F. Roddick and by one Patrick Q. Butler. And the three of us put our heads together, and every week we play a bunch of brand spanking new metal. We'll play a bunch of classics, play a bunch of local metal as well. And if there's things you want to hear, if you're a metal fan, you can always email us to htm@wmms.com. Saturday night, 10 o'clock, we do 2 hours to midnight. And then, of course, Sunday morning, Rob, here on the Buzzard. I don't know if you've ever been up as early as, let's say, 8 a.m. We do the Week in Cox, which is another 2 hours, the best stuff from the week. And, of course, people will repeatedly ask.
Ready?
Take two.
I know. All right, hold on. I got to get this. See, I told you I didn't have my mouse. I have my glasses. It's taking me an extra second.
I've got my script.
All right. Record. 3, 2, 1.
You know, people will repeatedly ask me on the street. They'll say, hey, how do you get one whole week of amazing shows into 2 hours? And I say, it's easier than you think. So the Week in Cox is Sunday mornings at 8 a.m. That's redundant, but I really want to drive the point home for you. How about that Guardians game last night?
Yeah, man.
Oh, my God, it was on the monitors there at this comedy show I was at, and the guy that was on stage was watching it happen, and the crowd is looking at him. So, of course, he gets this kind of glazed-over look in his face and then tells the crowd what an amazing play it was, the J. Ram walk-off, and they were all watching him.
And Ramirez swings and lines it to left, base hit, ball game. Jose Ramirez laces one down the left field line, scoring Angel Martinez with a game winner.
Do they call him J-Ram, or did I make that up? I mean, I hear people calling him Hosey.
Yeah, it's not bad. I'm not sure that I've heard J-Ram.
Okay.
Hosey I hear all the time.
I hear Hosey a lot, and that seems lazy to me because his name is Jose. So calling him Hosey, that doesn't really do anything with the name. That's not, you know, you want to have fun with their name. I call him J-Ram. But you do what you want to do. They are finishing that series as we speak. Blue Jays are up 3-0 in the bottom of the fourth. Guardians will hang around through the weekend. They're going to be hosting the St. Louis Cardinals. You've got a few days remaining to use the promo code BBQ for 20% off.
Boy, you were on a roll. A little belchy there, too?
Yeah.
Aw.
Sorry. Hold on.
A cute little burpee.
No, not even that. No, I stop breathing and talking. I don't really get a big, loud thing. I'm well established as not being able to burp the way that other people can.
We still have to try that Sprite challenge.
I was showing my daughter video of the Sprite challenge. She'd seen it before, but we were talking about something, and I said, ooh, let's watch the Sprite challenge video again. You know, the compilation, and it's so funny. Just these burps coming from people's nether regions way down below. This was a couple of years ago, but like the two British girls are like them.
My tummy hurts.
My tummy hurt. I can't do it.
My tummy hurt. Oh my gosh.
It's the kid that hits his head on the garage door.
What do I do? You did it. You can burp.
I mean, am I wrong? Is there something not this girl at the very end here? Bro, been holding that burp since the 90s is what she just keeps going and going and going. Your mother's in here with us, Karis.
We should totally try.
I guess we could, but is it wrong that I'm kind of turned on when the girls do it?
It is wrong, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's well, listen, who am I to yuck your yum?
Well, I'm just saying, as I'm watching it, because it's not something that you're normally exposed to. And partially, irrespective of gender, it's fascination on my part, because I can't do that. I guarantee you that if we did the Sprite challenge, I wouldn't sound like that.
I bet you would.
I'd probably fart for 5 hours, and I would, you know.
I bet you would. I mean, that much. That much carbonation, I have to assume you would have.
You're
to.
probably right.
Yeah,
I mean, it probably is impossible to avoid. But see, that's fun.
I'm gonna go buy some Sprites.
There's all these. Why Sprite? Did they land on Sprite? Was this guerrilla marketing?
I think it's just
Sprite,
because
or?
it's so carbonated. I think they all are, but I think there's something special about the Sprite.
There's more effervescence to it.
Perhaps.
Less syrup, maybe? Probably, right? Less
Probably.
syrup? Like when I have a Mountain Dew, that's all syrup. I mean, it barely bubbles. Whereas you get a fountain Coke, and it's lively, and it's
Does it have to be a bottle, or can you do it out of the can?
Sure. Everybody I saw was doing it out of the bottle. I don't
Okay.
know if that's part and parcel of the thing. But, yeah, we didn't do it at the time when everybody else was doing it. But I like to make a concerted effort, Rob, to avoid any and all viral challenges. Right?
Until nobody else is doing them.
I didn't. That's right. I'm just now starting the ice bucket challenge. I can't remember if I did. I think my nephew nominated me for the ice bucket challenge or something at the time. I don't remember. If
I did.
I was in a weird group of people. Somebody had nominated me, but it was like they nominated me and Baba Booey and somebody else. And I don't think that I did it at the time. I didn't do the ice bucket challenge. You did it?
Yeah, I did.
When it was a thing?
Yeah.
What was that, for Lou Gehrig's disease? Is that what that
ALS.
was? Yeah.
At the time, we had a guy, when I was working in New England, we had a guy on the Cape who had it, and everybody did it for him. So it was, I don't know. I would have just made the donation either way.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And some people were taking umbrage with it. But again, they're trying to make something interesting. They're trying to make something, give something a hook.
Yes.
I understand that, right? If you go to people, hey, please donate, that there's no zhuzh there.
It was just to draw attention, and it worked. I mean, people it was fine.
Yeah.
Everybody did it. They raised some money. It was nice. I saw it. It kind of made a comeback again for a minute recently.
Uh-huh.
And then I haven't seen it since, but that was a couple of weeks ago I saw it.
Yeah. The bottles keep the carbonation in longer. It's why you need to unscrew the cap very slowly, or else it will explode. When I get like currently I'm drinking a Monster here. When I get this out of the machine at the end of the hall, and it falls from that top shelf or whatever, I'm walking down the hall tapping the top, right? So it doesn't spray all over me when I open it up. Sprayed in my face,
That works?
Rob. Yeah, it does.
I've been trying that forever, and the can
it
only works on the can.
No. You a really hard grip, and then you take the tip of your thumb and you put it over the top, and it will just retrograde back into your body, and then you absorb it. And I think I'm pretty sure we're talking about the same thing.
Yes.
Alan, just butt chug the Sprite, and maybe you'll burp. That's some really good reverse psychology to kind of reverse engineer the gastrointestinal response there. But I don't like things that make me feel. It's why I would always opt for booze over beer.
Yeah.
Because very, very quickly I'll feel gross and bloated, and so things that are heavily carbonated like that, I'm not a huge fan of.
Well, this is definitely going to make you feel full and not good. I think we're both going to have to be standing by the trash can because there's a good chance that makes its exit.
Oh, really? You think so?
I think. I'll run next door and grab a couple bottles in a minute.
Okay. Oh, boy. Yeah, but then we're going to have the rest of the show, we're going to feel like heartburn or something?
I don't know how long it lasts.
Yeah.
By the sound of some of those burps, I'm thinking once you do it, you might be in the clear.
Oh, okay.
Maybe not.
It's the release.
Yeah. You picked the perfect one for that, too.
Uh-huh.
Scusi.
I don't feel so good.
I don't know.
Pardon me.
Feel is so good. My tummy, he's so hurt.
Scusi.
Scusi. Pardon.
I got $1,000 here, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. It's your first of 4 keywords this afternoon. You get them about 30 past the hour. So I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Pay. That's pay. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Speaking of which, this story about this cop who might get fired. This was in the UK, but it could just as easily have happened here. A police officer in London might end up getting fired after all. He's going back and forth here. He asked a female colleague to pull his finger. The classic, hey, pull my... First of all, I didn't know this was still happening. I mean, it sounds like something that you would do to, like, a grandson, not a work colleague, right? Hey, pull my finger. And then, you know, they pull... It works on little kids. Hey, pull my finger. And then, you know, you let one go. And his colleague said, no, thank you. And he farted anyway. And so now they're looking at getting rid of this guy. Officer Wesley Sansom laughed after breaking wind in the woman's face. I like breaking wind. That's a great... Gives me the winds. Like the butler in Trading Places. Oh, no, it gives me the winds. Breaking wind. The lesser-known Bryan Cranston spinoff. Russell Ford was another guy involved, and they went to... this is in arbitration now, or whatever they deal with over there. They're in front of a barrister. They're probably talking to somebody in a powdered wig. When she declined to pull his finger, he passed wind in her face from about... Now, I assume they don't mean point blank in her face, because why would it be down there?
Yeah, does it say?
He turned to her. I have to assume they're saying in her face, but there's no way. That wouldn't make sense.
Maybe she was seated.
Oh,
like we're thinking they were in a car or something.
He's standing at her desk. Hey, pull my finger. And she said, no, thank you.
And
Disgusting.
then she turns and, pardon.
Yeah.
Plow.
From about 10 to 15 centimeters away. Damn metric system. Get with it.
10 to 15 centimeters. That's close. That's very close.
That is close.
That's enough to get pink eye. Wait a minute. What is that in inches? 15 centimeters.
That's
5 inches from her face.
There you go. So she probably was sitting at her desk, right?
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah. He admits that he asked her to pull his finger, but he denies farting. He denies that he completed the act.
Well, there's no way he did. That dude is lying 100%.
Of course he is.
If you're a guy who's going to tell a female coworker to pull your finger, you are absolutely going to turn around and fart in her face if she doesn't do it.
This is Clinton's I didn't inhale.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I didn't exhale with my butt.
Oh my.
He fully accepts his attempt at humor was misplaced and inappropriate in a modern policing workplace.
Is there a picture of this guy?
Yeah, there's a picture of him.
I want to see. He's got to look exactly. Let me see. Is that him?
Yeah, he's got it looks like a regular dude,
nope,
right?
That's not what I pictured.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he just looks like a regular guy.
Yeah, he does.
Brown hair,
beard.
stubble. Yeah, I mean, regular dude. I don't know how old the guy is, but he's Detective Wayne Sansom is in trouble. And again, I'll just say this, and with respect, it always feels like cops have way too much time on their hands, and I don't understand. They catch him in a parking lot having a nap, or
And this was at Wembley Station. Like, it's not like they're at this little itty-bitty police department.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Aren't there syringe attacks going on around you guys over in the UK? He went up to the female coworker, asked her to pull his finger. She knew what was intended and asked him to move along.
Knew what was intended.
After that, yeah, of course. After that, he turned his back, stood on his toes, and farted in her face. He was also accused of making inappropriate and discourteous comments. I love that. I like when you put kind of a fine patina of description on these things, because you don't want to write it up like, hey, he farted in her face, right? You want to be an inappropriate and discourteous manner is what happened.
He broke wind.
He broke wind in my face. He came over and asked me to pull his finger.
It was so close, my hair moved.
I knew what it was. I could feel the heat from over my workstation. 10 centimeters is not far enough away to disperse a cloud of that. A few years ago, when she was assisting on a call regarding Romanians who did not speak English, this guy referred to them as effing dickheads.
Oh, all right.
So this guy's got a little bit. That's exactly what the pull my finger guy would say in mixed company.
Hey, frat boy. That's quintessential frat boy. Became a cop. Jokes are still funny.
And it also sounds like he had a thing for this girl, or he was, who knows, because that situation happened with her a few years ago. And she said, that's okay. Everybody knows you don't like Romanian people. And he said, that's not true. I would put my D in you.
Oh, boy.
So maybe she's Romanian or something. I don't know.
Wow.
Yeah, there's European racism is interesting because over here, people aren't like racist toward other white people, right? A lot of people in this country, boy, they love white people. And it's not just Dr. David Manning. But over there, it's very specific. Very specific.
I think it depends. Well, at least maybe not now, right? But way back in the day, Irish were screwed here. The Italians were hated.
Oh, yeah, no blacks, no Irish, no
so,
whatever.
I mean, I think there is still some of that depending on where you are. I mean, I've mentioned South Boston a million times. It's not just like that. That racism runs deep.
Well, it also sounds like this girl, I don't know if she was the only female in this cop shop or what, but between the breaking wind in her face, another police officer took a picture of his nuts using her phone. This poor girl. I wonder what the backstory is.
Well, I mean, I understand how that is a problem, right? That's definitely assault on someone, right?
Yeah.
Now, I would also be lying if I tell you I didn't do that 7 million times at every single wedding I went to in the 90s and early 2000s.
Did you really?
Oh, all the time.
Oh, but when they would put the disposable cameras on the table?
Yep. I would grab one and right to the do the brain.
Yeah, but if you stick it in your pants, it's all dark.
Well, no, I didn't. I would take it to the restroom.
Oh, you pull it out.
I wasn't an amateur, Alan.
When the girl,
what is this? That looks like a human. Oh, Rob was at the wedding. That's right.
Rob's a neuroscientist.
Yeah.
It's just some of his study materials there. The medulla oblongata.
Is that chewing gum, Rob?
So you were that guy.
Yeah, I was.
They knew you were that guy.
Not always. And it was only like my best friend I did it to, and then a couple other people.
The female officer said, that's disgusting. And the cop replied, why are you getting offended? It's just a picture of my balls. I like how nonchalant these people are, too.
It's the epitome of a frat boy.
Yeah. Why are you getting offended?
Yeah, it's just nuts.
This girl is going to be booking a London to Buffalo flight any day now. I can just, I have to assume that's the case.
My client complained to HR that her boss asked her for sexual favors. And when she said no, he said, relax, enjoy it. Does this sound familiar? If so, call the law office of Lindy Korn.
He said, why are you getting offended? It's only a picture of my balls. My bollocks.
Bollocks.
Yeah. So, boy, there's all kinds of shenanigans going on at this particular police station there in London. And the very tip of the iceberg is this policeman now who might be losing his job because after the female colleague refused to pull his finger, he farted anyway. I mean, I think it's a childish prank, right? But there needs to be honor among thieves. And there has to be some kind of implicit understanding that if you deny the finger, you have to take it like a man. You got to walk away onto your next potential victim, right? You can't just do it willy-nilly. You're breaking the compact that exists among pranksters.
Well, I think if the guy wasn't already on this woman's naughty list, it probably would not have been a big deal. But when he's making Romanian sign my document jokes to her and all of that type of stuff, enough was enough. And she's like, okay, now he just farted in my face. Now I'm done. If it was just the fart, she probably would have looked past it.
And super juvenile stuff, too, like pull my finger. She said there were other times where she was trying to walk through this door and he would get on the other side and, like, pull it shut. Like,
he just had a crush on her, maybe. It sounds like he's like that kindergartner.
He's a grown-ass man. I don't understand.
Pulling somebody's hair in kindergarten.
Yeah. Hey, listen, I am somewhat heartened to learn that this country has not cornered the market on douchebags, right? You might think that we've got our own special sauce over here. Nope. There's London police who are asking grown women to pull their finger, and they're holding doors closed on the other side and farting in their face, things like that. So
fascinating.
We'll keep you up to date on that crisis, by the way, there in the London Police Department, the Wembley station. Hey, you're probably not thinking about Christmas already. It can be a very, very stressful time for a lot of people. It's emotional, financially straining. But if you go to Chimera Christmas, there's a whole different vibe there. Cleveland's very own. Saturday, December 20th at the Agora. 3 great bands. Chimera is your headliner, 200 stab wounds and none slaughter on the bill as well. Top to bottom, quality show. AgoraCleveland.com for the details. Pair of tickets here for you. I'll see you there. Caller 10, 2 for Chimera Christmas, December 20th. 216-578-1007 to win, or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS. Dodge Jeep Ram Studios. We say yes.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
The Buzzer.
The home of the buzzer.
Buzzer. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Cox. Cox. Is that with an X? Yes.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Never fails to put me in a good mood, Rob. I'm telling you. Never, ever fails.
It is such a good song.
I have to imagine that people who listen to this show regularly are probably tired of hearing this. And if I were them, I might not blame them. And to that I say, get your own show. Thing is, now everybody can, right? So I actually heard a promo for one of the new podcasts on the iHeartRadio app. It's a weekly podcast devoted to how I overplay this song. And I'm looking forward to listening to it.
It's the theme song.
Nothing I love more than constructive criticism.
Song we play in and out of breaks at the end. In fact, just leave it on a rotation underneath you the whole time, the whole podcast.
Mm-hmm. I can listen to it over and over again.
I love this song.
I've chopped it up, obviously, for production purposes. But, hey, by the way, if you listen to us on that iHeartRadio app from out of state, I like to know where people are. If you watch the live stream, of course, you've maybe seen the map of these United States behind us. And since people can listen on the app all throughout North America, I like to log where people are. And we have a few hundred, upwards of 650 people on this list that I have of people who have checked in over the years on the app. We have people in Canada. We have Ray in Vancouver. We have Oleg in London, Ontario. We have people in Hawaii. We don't have a Mexican bureau chief. You can listen to this all throughout North America. We've had people from overseas. Not one yet out of all these people, Rob. Not one bureau chief in Mexico. Not an American expat, not a native who's trying to, you talk to these people, a lot of celebrities who came from other countries. English was not their first language. I think of Mila Kunis, right, who is Russian or Ukrainian or something like that. And she's like, I didn't know English until I was 12 or 8 or something like that. Now you hear her speak, there isn't even a lilt of an accent. That's always the most fascinating thing to me. For every Arnold Schwarzenegger who hasn't lost any of his accent, you have people for whom English is a second language, and you couldn't even tell. All of this is to say, a lot of these people, they say, and I'm always fascinated when they say, well, I learned English by watching American television. And we've had listeners from other countries who've tried to explain this to me, but I'm not real bright. I'm like, if you don't know what the words mean, how do you eventually learn what they mean? How do you determine the context? How could you, when I've traveled overseas, it's not like I'm spending a long time there. But if I'm watching a show in another language, I don't know what they're saying. Now, obviously, you'd have to learn over a course of time, and I speak enough French where I can watch those shows and understand what's going on.
Didn't they say they watched them with subtitles on, though?
I don't remember that. I
thought that's how it was.
Maybe, but I mean, back in the day, there were no subtitles.
I thought there's always been subtitles. No?
I don't think so. I mean, now it's a setting on streaming.
Right.
I don't know if it was built into television. Yeah, you mean closed captioning.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see.
That's what I meant. Sorry.
Yeah, maybe.
I think that's what I forget who the hell I was listening to, but it was that they were like I would listen to it in whatever they spoke, and then I would read what was happening, and then I would put together sentences and understand sort of.
Well, that I can understand. Anyway, I mention all that just to mention I would love the notion of our first Mexican bureau chief who learns English from listening to us, Rob. Can you imagine that?
That'd be fantastic.
It would be the most insufferable person you've ever met in your life because they learned English from listening to us. I listen to the iHeartRadio app and now I must absquatulate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Sure.
None of their friends know what the hell's going on. Anyway, a lot of people who do listen to the program in these United States. Bonnie is in Marietta, Georgia. Jeff the Trucker is in Yuma, Arizona. Melissa is in Ladson, South Carolina. Aaron listens in Adelaide, Australia. We have a few people there in Australia. Greg is in Collinsville, Illinois. I think that's St. Louis. And I mentioned that because if you go to the Alan Cox Show Facebook page, I will do this occasionally. Jamie is one of our bureau chiefs in Dallas, and she was in a bad car accident. And she just got out of the ICU. So I reposted her GoFundMe for anybody who is interested in helping out a fellow listener of the show. She's a bureau chief in Dallas. She's been in the hospital since June 15th. Just got out of the ICU. Tons of broken bones. Had to have a handful of surgeries. She's going to be out of work for a while. She said she'd have to retrofit her house for some of the stuff that she's got to have, or whatever.
God.
She's like, if you wouldn't mind posting this. And I said, I'm happy to help. So anyway, her, Jamie in Dallas, her thing, while she's on the mend, is at the Alan Cox Show Facebook page. If you're so inclined to drop her a couple of bucks.
I'll definitely do that right now.
Nightmares. You have them?
Me?
Yeah. Are you prone to nightmares? Boy, I am.
I get them on occasion. I rarely remember my dreams, but I sometimes, the ones when like you startle awake, I remember those. And it's usually something like to do with my kids or something like that. Those I remember, but I can't say that I'm prone to nightmares constantly.
The most frustrating thing about them, some people get, I have friends who get something called sleep paralysis.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, that's terrible. There's a documentary called The Nightmare. It's about 10 years old. I think it's on Netflix. And for people who have that, it's pretty intense. What's frustrating to me is I don't know why when you wake up, the intensity of a nightmare will last longer than a good dream. You know what I mean? While you wake up from a good dream, that kind of dissipates throughout the day. But you can really get jacked up if you come out of a nightmare. Now, sure, the good dreams, you wake up a little sticky. All right?
Yeah.
Nothing a wet wipe won't solve. Anyway, nightmares, they say. This was in one of these medical journals. I'm sorry, the European Academy of Neurology, or EAN, put this together. Frequent nightmares triple your risk of early death and accelerate aging. Now, those seem to go hand in hand, accelerating aging and early death.
Yeah.
Frequent nightmares. It just messes with your brain and probably your heart or, your physical function. They studied a whole lot of people over a long period of time. And increased frequent people who get frequent nightmares are really, really bad for you. Strong predictor of premature death. Stronger predictor than other things like smoking, obesity, poor diet, and low physical activity. Because they're like, you wake up sweating and your heart's pounding and your fight or flight response has been triggered. Yeah, I always have bad dreams.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know why that is.
Are they always repeat things?
Well, a location is. There's a house that I constantly find myself in these dreams, and different scenarios happen in this house. But when I have one of these dreams, I know exactly every room of this house.
Whoa.
Like I can go into the different rooms in this house. When I was a kid growing up, the only recurring dream I had was people chasing me with razors.
My God.
Yeah, I always have that same dream. People are trying to cut me with razors. And there are people who will tell you, well, your dream means this. And there's fun little books and things like that. But I don't know that there's any, widely accepted versions of what your dreams mean because they're so personal to that person. Some people have dreams of their teeth are falling out. There are some nightmares that I think seem to be across the board. People will have them, but when I'm relatively prone to nightmares, and some of them I'll be in this house, and it's always very dim. It's very hard for me to see in these dreams. It's very hard for me to move, and so it's very strange. It's very rare that I'll have a great dream, like a flying dream. I had one of those not long ago, and I woke up, I was like, that was friggin' great. Because I don't have those kinds of dreams. I don't have, like, you know, those feel like maybe kind of juvenile dreams. I don't know. But those are the fun ones when you're a kid. Because kids have kid problems, right? Kids have bad dreams. It's usually around security or worried about what's going to happen with you. You know, you don't have grown-up dreams when you're a kid. You're not freaking out because the mortgage is unpaid or whatever. You got kid problems.
I was reading somewhere recently that, oh my God, they're getting closer and closer to being able to like record what it is you're dreaming and then kind of analyze that.
Yeah, I saw that.
Which I think that's pretty awesome.
There was a movie when I was a kid that I enjoyed a great deal. Remember Natalie Wood?
Yeah.
Okay, Natalie Wood was this beautiful, famous actress who died in a drowning, and the circumstances around it were very suspect. Robert Wagner was there. I think Christopher Walken was on the boat, and they never determined really what happened to her. Anyway, when I was a kid, there was a movie called Brainstorm. Remember Brainstorm?
No.
You probably would. I was probably 11 or 12, so you would have been real little. But it was Christopher Walken.
Wow.
Natalie Wood was in it. I don't know if she died during the making of this film. And it's about this system that they can record and play back people's thoughts onto videotape, which, of course, was the emerging technology of the time. We could put these on videotape. It's like Strange Days with Ralph Fiennes. That was another great movie where you could, like, put this thing on your head and they were trading people's dreams and memories. It was like early VR, that movie from the mid-90s. But Brainstorm is the one that I think of when I was a kid, where they put this thing on people's heads and they could see their dreams and their utmost secrets. Alan, maybe that dream is about your black stepdad's house.
Oh, God.
Son of a bitch.
You see what they're doing, Rob?
Trolling.
They like taking their shots.
Trolling.
They like taking their shots. Alan, when I use the toilet, I cover the sensor. Oh, yeah, yesterday I was getting all those, we were talking about and everybody has one in their office, the wildly explosive automatic toilet, where if you budge a muscle while you're sitting there, you know, you might as well be going down the log ride at Cedar Point or something. And people are like, just cover the sensor. They're having a problem in that way, although with autonomous vehicles out there on the West Coast, there are way more. I don't even know if we have them here at all. I don't think they're very prevalent in the Midwest. But obviously they started on in the Bay Area, kind of Silicon Valley area. They're in L.A., huge contingent of them in Austin, Texas. I'm going to be in Austin in a few weeks. I can't wait to take one of these driverless taxis, the Waymo company. I have a friend that works for Apple, and he's like, I take them everywhere. He's like, I couldn't tell you the last time I was in a taxi with a human driver. He loves them. Well, Waymo sensors, they're in California. This is in San Diego. People can't sleep because they're going off all the time. If they're just sitting there and anybody gets near them, the sensor goes off. And so people are putting tape on these cars to try to keep them, you know, like taping the sensor on the toilet so that they can get some sleep.
We just want the Waymos to stop beeping at night.
We're never interfering with the human driver.
Just with the robots?
Yeah, we've explained that to the police as well.
Man versus machine, yeah.
Please step back.
Stop honking. It's the middle of the night.
I think the solution is to treat these cars like they're cars. And so you can watch it even now. It didn't stop at all at the stop sign. It's rolling, it's rolled all the way. It stopped right at the edge.
I told them that this is a violation of the Santa Monica noise ordinance.
I mean, think about that. Can you imagine if all night long you're like, step back, please step away.
We just want the Waymos to stop beeping at
Please step back.
Please step back. Oof. So, yeah, there's people that are covering up, and obviously with the Waymo company, they consider that vandalism. But it's a victimless crime, too. These people just want to sleep. Oh, my God. Oh. Oh, I'm trying to sleep. I got an early day tomorrow. Oh, my God.
Bo and Luke Duke.
Yeah. Oh, finally. It's quiet. I'm trying to get some sleep. I got an early day tomorrow. Oh, my God. What? Son of a bitch. Oh.
Can't take this anymore.
Please step back. Please. Oh, God. What? Please step back. Finally, they've all gone to sleep. All right, I'll see you in the morning. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh, no. So, yeah, some people swear by those Waymo cars, but if you're living near them and they're parked on the curb until they're being called, I actually don't know what that scenario is. Like, I envision them being parked on the curb, but, like, why would they be? I always envision them going to, like, a central location when they're not being used, but I don't know. I did also hear from, hot on the heels of that story last segment, about the British cop who might lose his gig because he asked a female colleague to pull his finger. She declined, and he did it anyway. I heard from Brock, who is our bureau chief in Cumberland, Maryland, who is responsible for the flatulog. Right? This is the guy who records all of his farts and keeps a journal of them, and occasionally will bequeath a few of them to us. One of his message to me was, and I quote, "Don't worry, more are on the way."
Oh, thank you.
I like that he thinks I was worried about it, by the way. I mean, I wasn't worried. Alan, I have sleep apnea. Vivid dreams are symptomatic of oxygen deprivation. See, I don't have anything like that. I don't have sleep apnea. I'm a good sleeper, I think, for the most part. I don't know. I mean, when I can sleep. Yeah, I don't have anything like that. But, and you know, I'm not popping a gummy every night before I go to bed. There's nothing like that. So I don't know. I don't know what it is. I remember when I was a kid, I had a friend who was an asthmatic, and his asthma medication would give him sleep paralysis.
Oh, my God.
You know, lucid dreaming is a thing that some people swear by, that you can train yourself, your mind and your body. You can train yourself to control your dreams. You know, Queensryche sang about it, Rob. Silent lucidity. That sleep paralysis doc is called The Nightmare, and I believe it's over on Netflix. It's about 10 years old, I think. But even if you don't have it, it's a fascinating look at that kind of stuff. Alan, does David Lee Roth you see what? Is David Lee Roth having trouble sleeping?
Yes, I am!
Well, he's up partying all night, right? Tossing and turning.
David, you okay? Oh, my God, are you sure you're okay?
Yeah.
Wow. It'll be okay. It's going to be okay.
Woo!
It's a bad one, huh?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Dave, you should keep a journal of your dreams.
I'll tell you all about it.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Nice to know. Thanks, Dave. Alan, I have sleep apnea. It's where I have to, well, you can fill in the blanks. You know what that is. Yeah, that doesn't make me sleepy. That doesn't work for me.
I still can't believe that.
Well, I don't know what to tell you.
That's amazing.
Yeah. Is it?
Yeah, I think so.
It seems like I would be much happier if it did make me tired, because it sounds like that's a bullet train to Sleepy Town.
No, that's what I mean. I'm just amazed that you don't just like instantly fall asleep. Or not instantly, but they get into that zone. It's wild.
Nope. Do you take antidepressants? Because I've had a lot more. Nothing. I'm not on anything. This is what I'm saying. Like, I don't know what, I read this book many, many years ago called The Mind at Night, and it was a fascinating book. Who wrote The Mind at Night? It was written by, doesn't matter, right? But I read this book many years ago. Andrea Rock. It's called The Mind at Night. And she was basically like, the dreaming mind of most people, when they measure the alpha waves and the beta waves and all this other stuff, the dreaming mind of most people is strangely similar to the waking mind of schizophrenics as far as brain activity goes. And so the crux of this book was them trying to study schizophrenic people in trying to determine more of the mysteries of the human brain. The science of how and why people dream and what it's like. It was pretty wild. Sleep apnea.
That's so good.
Alan, are juggalos chasing you with razor blades? No, they're not. No, listen, these are faceless people. And again, I haven't had a razor blade dream in a long time. When I was a kid, that was the up until 10 years ago maybe, that was the one reoccurring dream I would have.
Being chased by juggalos with razors?
Juggalos be tripping, yo.
No, just the razor blades.
Yeah, that's scary, man. I don't like that.
No. Alan, did Rob check out his high school girlfriend's OnlyFans yet?
No.
This was the, okay. People were hitting me up. I'm sure they were hitting you up, too. They were hitting me up for a resolution or at least a continuation of that saga.
Yeah, I'm still on the fence, dude. I feel weird about it. I don't know why. I shouldn't. I know I shouldn't.
I think you shouldn't for the sole reason that your wife gave you the green light.
Yeah, but
it'd be one thing if you were like, I feel weird about checking this out because you're kind of doing it in the corner, you know.
Yeah, but even then, she was just like, yeah, well, I don't care. Like,
that's what I'm saying.
You're just weird.
Right. She's not being weird about it.
No, but I am. But I still feel like it's weird to that person.
But they're not going to know it's you.
I know. But still, then I'm going to want to be like, hey, nice cans.
I was going to say, you're worried you're going to see something you really like.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't think that, no.
Oh, really?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, then I genuinely don't know what the problem is.
I don't, because I don't know. I feel creepy about it because it's someone I know. I don't know. Like, I've never seen, well, that's not true, but I've never, like, subscribed to anything like OnlyFans. I was going to say I've never seen anyone that I knew naked, but obviously that's not true, right? But in that way, I've never, like, oh, my friend has an OnlyFans, I'm going to totally subscribe. I couldn't do that.
Okay. Well, then, for now, that's the resolution.
I may.
Hasn't
I don't
been
know.
done. All right.
Plus, I don't want to pay.
Yeah, but what is it, $3?
I don't know. I haven't looked yet.
Oh. Well, that might be the determining factor.
I mean, I saw them in the bikinis, so I think that's kind of there.
Okay. You know vaguely what she's working with.
Yes, she's very top heavy.
Okay.
And
well endowed.
Yes.
What are we talking? D cup?
I think I would guess bigger. Yeah, they're
bigger.
Big. They're big.
Like she's having custom brassiers made.
I don't know about that. I mean, she's definitely on the small side. She's a double D.
Okay.
But they're huge. So
she needs a counterweight in the back,
and especially at like this again, someone I went to high school with, right? So you know they're not going to be sitting in the exact same place when she pops that thing off.
Right.
So again, I it's so dumb. I know I should just look, but I don't know.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just passing along
It is a moral dilemma.
The queries that people had on that from yesterday's show. Hey, are you a Harry Potter fan? Because the Cleveland Orchestra is including Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone as part of their film concert series out at Blossom. It's next weekend. It's Saturday, July 5th. ClevelandOrchestra.com will have the full lineup of these shows. You know, they've done Lord of the Rings and they've done a bunch of other like kind of very epic movies. And the Cleveland Orchestra performs the music of Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone next Saturday, July 5 at Blossom. I got a 4-pack of tickets for you. You and 3 pals. Good luck. Caller 10. These are yours. 216-578-1007. 800-348-1007. I'm going to break here. Another chance to win $1,000. That keyword from the Buzzard Bookie coming up next at 3:30.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it showing. Welcome back to your new daddy, Alan Cox.
I'm WMMS.
(216-578-1007). You want to join us live? 800-348-1007. 35192. Send me a text. And watch the show if you want on our YouTube channel. Guardians are struggling as we speak, getting shut out by the Blue Jays. In the end of this series here, 3-0, bottom of the eighth, after a hell of a showing last night, that J. Ram walk-off. That's the way to end a game here at home. But barring some big change here towards the back of the game, Toronto will end up taking 2 of 3 in this series. Guardians will stick around, however, to host the St. Louis Cardinals. That'll be tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday before they go to Chicago to play the Cubs. Wrigley Field ended up at the very top of the MLB's list of bucket list ballparks. And it's very jarring to me. Listen, I'm a White Sox fan, but I did that out of spite as a young child. We're a Northside family, and so everybody in my family are Cubs fans. Well, my middle brother's a Brewers fan. He wanted to go up the road. I think he wanted to be a little bit contrarian as well. So my middle brother is a lifelong Brewers fan.
Went even further than you.
Yeah, even further than me. For whatever reason, I don't remember the circumstances, but when we were kids, we went to a Brewers game, and I think my brother fell in love, and so he just remained a fan. But everybody else in my family, Cubs fans, right? My grandmother, I remember, would sit there in front of the television every game. She had her Cubs hat sitting on top of her hair because my grandma got her hair done, right? Her hair was did all the time. You know, old women, when they get their hair done, they sleep practically sitting up. So she would sit there. But anyway, Wrigley Field, when I go home now, if I'm in that part of the city, it's practically unrecognizable from what it used to be because they've kind of turned it into Disneyland. They've torn down all of the things around Wrigley Field that for a long time made the neighborhood a little bit more interesting, and they've replaced it with, it's just like so many other places. They've replaced it with, an outdoor movie theater and an amusement park and whatever. And they would tear up some of the janky old sub shops and turn them into condos, and civic progress marches on, I guess. But if you were to make your first trip to Wrigley Field in 2025, it'd be a very different environment than it was for a long, long time. The Guardians play the Cubs in Chicago next week, and then they'll come back home and play the Tigers. But right now it's 3-0 in the bottom of the eighth. Right around the corner of Carnegie, Ontario. And, and you can use BBQ for 20% off still through the end of the month. I guess the last day of the month is Monday, unbelievably. You can use that at CLE Clothing Company for 20% off of whatever you want to get over there. Alan Robb is a respectful human being, not a disgusting, creepy perv like you.
Yes, I am. That's the thing. I really, really am. And
by the way, you're not. This is a person on OnlyFans who wants people to see them because they're charging them. You're helping them by doing this. This is not you haven't gotten an upskirt shot on your iPhone. This is all above board.
I know.
It's not a question. I'm talking to this person.
Oh.
This is not a question of being a creepy perv. These are people monetizing their nudity, and God bless them.
No, but I am a pervert, right? I mean, everybody is. To an extent, right? Like there's no question.
I think
in
the
world.
window on perversion is widening all the time.
Oh, without question.
So that's why it's a real moving target.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I should just do it, but now I feel like I've made such a big deal out of it. It's going to be like a challenge to not do it.
Well, I was just curious, and I think the audience was curious as well because we talked about it yesterday. To me, it's a no-brainer, but you got to do you. Right? It's so low stakes, by the way.
Oh, totally.
This is not a big deal.
No, and again, like I said, my wife was just like, yeah, dude, you're so dumb. I don't care. I was just more like, hey, I can't believe this chick has an OnlyFans.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, okay, great, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
She's been dealing with me for 20 years. I mean, this isn't. She's married for 20 years.
Married for 20 years.
In October, yeah. 23 together? Something like that.
Wow, look at you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
And you're only 31.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's right. I got married young, so it's...
I guess you did.
Had kids very young.
Yeah. Speaking of which, I got some kids' corner.
It ain't easy being a kid. Now look at what you gone done did. Whoa, it's time for Kids Corner. Kids Corner.
I'll tell you what, when it comes to getting married young, the only thing worse than a sex offender is a rich sex offender, right? You know the list. Bill Cosby, Jeffrey Epstein, Diddy, the President of the United States. That's a depressing thing to say, but whatever. You guys nailed it. You know, Kamala has boobies and a weird laugh. How you going to get your heads around that? Anywho, I digress. Some rich perv spent a lot of money to set up a mock wedding with a 9-year-old. There's a lot to unpack here. I've read it twice, and I'm still a little unclear as to what's going on. Disneyland Paris put the kibosh on this. This is a registered sex offender in England who got arrested in Paris after organizing a mock wedding ceremony with a 9-year-old girl. This guy's 39. So he, to the best anyone can figure out, this guy paid a lot of people to be there and pretend to be guests. They said the girl wasn't hurt. She wasn't forced. There was no violence. It's like this guy literally wanted to just create him marrying a 9-year-old for his own, and it cost him a lot of money. He used a stolen Latvian identity, and he forged documents to book a private event at Disneyland Paris. He hired a ton of actors to play guests. They didn't know what they were getting hired for. The girl is a Ukrainian citizen. She was there with her mom. But nobody at the park understood what was happening. They didn't realize that the bride was the 9-year-old. And so the cops were like, okay, this guy staged all of this to film it privately. He paid 100 actors $230 apiece. He paid one of the actors $14,000 to play the girl's father. And this actor that got hired, he didn't realize that all of these, best as I could figure out, all of these other people thought they were acting in a wedding scene. But nobody knew the bride was 9. So this guy, on top of everything else, I mean, just to book Disneyland Paris and this, he spent $150,000. So this guy was spending a lot of money to stage a wedding to a 9-year-old.
It's insane.
I mean, it's so nuts. They're like, nobody involved knew this is what it was going to be. The girl was there with her mom, so it's not like this was a trafficking situation. The guy was already wanted in the UK for, like, not re-registering as a sex offender or something. He got 4 years in prison 5 years ago, and then he got out, and they say that this guy, they've come to understand he does this a lot. He stages public events with paid actors, and this one was going to be him marrying a 9-year-old. Now, they're trying to figure out this whole thing.
Yeah, I don't know what's the benefit here.
One of his events that he's staged and paid for, children were paid to cry and faint as he walked a red carpet. So here's a guy who is spending a lot of money to create and stage and film his fantasies, like in real life, right? He's a sex offender. So here he's like, oh, I've got one. All these kids are going to think it's so amazing that I'm going to faint. And he's got another one. I'm kicking out about $200,000 to create a child bride wedding at Disneyland Paris. Rich pervs, man.
Yeah, man.
When you have access to resources, your depravity can know no bounds. That's what we're learning, right? If you have enough money, sooner or later, nobody stops you. Now, most of the people involved in this didn't quite know what was going on. But you look at guys like Jeffrey Epstein or Elon Musk or whatever. If you have enough money, people just go, okay.
Yeah, but they weren't staging stuff. You know what I mean?
No, I understand.
That's what's weird about this.
Right.
Like you said, he's living out his fantasy stuff, but I don't know. I mean, it almost seems it's the worst, but like if you're really doing it, it's even worse.
Yeah.
Right? So
I mean, look at how much money Elon Musk spent to stage a fake president. I mean, he got his money's worth, boy. He got what he paid for. Got into the voting machines and everything. But yeah, this is wild. They scooped the guy up. But did he do anything wrong?
Well, that's my point. Like, it's gross.
They got him
messed up
because, well, he did fake. He used a stolen Latvian, all that kind of stuff. So they're getting him on fraud and identity theft and money laundering. But all the other stuff that is the marquee portion of this, like, he's pretending to marry a 9-year-old.
Right.
That stuff is not illegal because no one was forced to do anything. They were paid.
Yeah, like I said, it's gross, but it's not as bad as people who are doing that.
Now, I have to assume, given the law of averages, there is probably one rich pervert in our audience.
I would imagine.
And I don't want them to get any ideas.
Again, to your point, pervert. Huge open area.
It really is. The Overton window for perversity it's changed. And in many ways, that's good, right? Many ways, that's good. I'm talking about, like, consenting adults.
Sure.
All the kid stuff, you can universally agree. Well, you can mostly agree.
Most everyone agrees.
Among people, yes.
Yeah.
Most right-thinking people, reasonable people. But there have to be at least one or maybe two rich perverts in our audience. And by the way, if you are, on condition of anonymity, I'd love to hear some of your stories. I'd love to hear them.
I think everyone's a pervert.
But what does that mean, though? Like, I don't think I'm a pervert. What does that mean? A pervert? Back in the day, you knew what that meant. It meant you were like, flashing people or whatever. Well, now there's a whole bunch of places where that's not even illegal. I mean, you walk around naked. So what constitutes perversion now?
Well, I think the fact that everyone is pretty desensitized to most things because of the amount of porn at our fingertips is probably part of the problem.
Because when they refer to somebody as a pervert, quite literally, what did they mean by that? Somebody who was operating outside the normal accepted behaviors of most people. Well, as more and more behaviors become accepted,
right,
there's less and less.
And what is perversion now? That's the thing. It's all been so fogged. I think, like, again, you think about some of the most wild things that you've seen online, and then you think about like when you were coming up, and the first time you saw a Playboy, like, oh my God, look at that. That's what, and then life never is the same, right? But now kids are starting with like videos of massive objects going in places they shouldn't be.
Oh God, I remember when we first moved to Cleveland, my son was 9, and he and his my older daughter, they had come to Cleveland right after we moved here to like hang out for the weekend. They grew up in Michigan, and we were talking and whatever, and he said that he Googled boobs. Now, if you Google boobs, you're not just getting boobs, right?
No,
you're getting
not anymore.
all kinds of stuff. And he was like visibly shaken. I was like, do you want to talk about this?
Yeah.
And because he like knew kind of how things worked, and he was like, nope. And I said, okay. He was freaked out.
Yeah.
By like the second thing he clicked on, right? Because you're right. You go 0 to 100 now on the internet.
Yeah. Again, the first
Playboy back in the day was practically, it wasn't even pornography.
No. Occasionally you'd see a bush, and that was it. There was nothing. And I remember like the first time I saw like a Hustler, and I was like, oh my God, like that's not even close to the same thing.
No.
Those are like, that's what that looks like. Okay. I was a kid, But again, that was like, wow, like what am I? That's holy. I guess I am a pervert. Now the stuff that you're watching is just, it's insane.
Hey, baby. Like, take it off.
Yeah.
I got money for it. It's $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bank. That's bank. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
But I will give you another example. I was reading something this morning. I'll give you another example of how culture influences everything else, right? Article I was reading, and obviously this is a direct result of people watching so much porn. You know, you have guys who watch a ton of porn and then go, oh, this is what I'll go out there and recreate.
Right.
Right? So the article was, we're all spitting in one another's mouths these days. That this has become so prevalent. I'm like, really? And you see it in porn. Yeah. I mean, everybody's got their kinks. I mean, it's, whatever. You can't kink shame people. But it's like, there's no way that en masse people came to the conclusion, let's just start spitting in people's mouths.
Yuck.
I mean, listen, if you're making out with somebody, you're already doing it. I guess some people just prefer a bit of distance. You know? They didn't have siblings that held them down and did the dangling loogie over their face.
Yeah.
These are clearly people, or they did, and it awakened something in them that they've never been able to quell.
That's so gross.
But it was his full-on think piece about how all of a sudden everybody in sex now is spitting into each other's mouths. And I'm like, to me, it's such a waste. There are so many better places than that can go than in the other person's mouth.
Yeah, I mean, and what are you watching? I mean, I don't know that I've seen that even in anything that I've watched.
A lot of that.
You see that?
Oh, sure.
I don't.
Yeah.
I guess maybe it's
I mean, it's been in, well, I don't know about that, but I mean, it's been in like mainstream movies too.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, that's not anything that I would ever see on the regular, I don't think. I don't even know if
It's in Sinners. Maybe people saw Sinners. And she was drooling into his mouth after she gets turned.
I don't know why that's so gross to me. Ugh.
Well, yesterday we were talking about P. Diddy's spit vat, right? The giant vat.
No need to revisit.
That he made his... This isn't even part of it. I was theorizing, what if he had a closet that was devoted to a giant spit vat? I'm thinking the size of what they found Snowflake in Ace Ventura: Pet Detective.
Oh, God.
But full of lugs. And part and parcel of the employee's contract in the Diddy mansion is when you walk by that closet, you've got to open it up. You got to hock one in there. And then after a while, you give it 5 or 6 years.
You see the tap on the end of it.
Yeah. It's a tap. Just turn it. Gloop, 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 gloop.
The sound.
Sometimes it gets plugged up because they've been spitting, after the salivary glands after maybe like a light lunch or something, Piece of spinach floating in there.
I have nowhere to go. I can't go anywhere.
An old oyster cracker.
Torture, man.
Everybody's spitting in everybody's mouths.
Yeah, the spit on that thing. Okay, I can see that. No problem with that. Spitting in somebody's mouth? Why?
Well, what's funny to me is part of this article where they were talking to this person who's like, listen, you're not trying to kink shame people, but you want to be healthy. So, make sure you brush your teeth, all this kind of stuff. It's like, people do it because they like being gross sometimes, right? When you're in it, you are elbow deep, boy, in the whole thing, and all bets are off, and you can get there. You're not like, I should go brush my teeth.
I guess.
But she's trying to keep people healthy.
Ugh.
She said the one rule, never do it after eating a meal unless your partner is a freak like that. How about that? Baby, are you a freak? Can you match my freak?
Yeah.
I like to have a hoagie and then spit in your mouth.
Oh, Jesus God.
How about that? Happy Thursday, everybody. Sebastian Bach, the original voice of Skid Row. I mean, when they blew up, I think Skid Row's first singer was a different guy. But anyway, Sebastian Bach is the guy you know. His Bach on the Road tour is coming to Cleveland. It is Thursday night, November the 6th. He's out at MGM Northfield Park. Go to livenation.com for the info on the show or to buy tickets. Not sure who's with him. Somebody will be. But you can have this pair. 2 for Sebastian Bach this fall in Cleveland. Caller 10. 216-578-1007. Or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS. 1-800-348-1007.
Oh, thank you, sir. Still out there changing lives, Rob. 35192. Want to send me a text? Alan Cox Show YouTube channel if you want to watch the show. Alan, I'm a pervert for sure. I'm not a rich one. But perverts don't have any stories about real-life stuff. They have plenty of experience being kinky online. Yeah, that don't impress me. I mean, the real-life stuff. IRL, man.
I'm sure there's
that's
people.
That's where your real pervs come into full bloom.
I'm sure there's people that have real-life experience. Now, you can't say everyone does their stuff online. Otherwise, these things wouldn't exist.
Does, I guess.
You know?
Yeah. Alan, will Sebastian Bach be performing any of his songs from the Gilmore Girls? Otherwise, I'm out. I want a full refund on my tickets. Yeah, a couple of people made reference to that. I don't recall that, but many, many years ago, when that was a big show, my girlfriend at the time watched the Gilmore Girls, and so I was kind of got sucked into that vortex. That was the first time I ever saw Melissa McCarthy. She was on that show before she blew up from Bridesmaids. She played Suki on Gilmore Girls. So I wouldn't say I watched it under duress with my girlfriend, but it was certainly not a show that I would have watched by myself. And it's not one that I've ever gone back to. But I don't. But more than a few people have made that reference to me, and I don't know that I recall him being on that show. I'll take your word for it.
I've never seen an episode.
Never seen one single episode of the Gilmore Girls.
Nope. There's
a few
shows.
I mean, there's really nothing for us, in that show.
There's quite a few shows that everybody's like, you never saw an episode? Never saw an episode of Friends.
Really?
Not one.
That's another show. Like, my older daughter and her friends really got into Friends because once it hit Netflix 30 years later, it had got a new life.
Yeah. I get it. I get all the references that people make. I get fine, but I've not seen one episode in its entirety.
I got sucked into it because the girl I was dating when Friends was a big deal was studying overseas. She was doing a semester in Rome, and the one direction that she left me was, do not forget to tape Friends. So I was in charge of recording Friends every week so she could watch them when she came back. And in the process of doing so, I got sucked into that show.
Sure.
Now, of course, by the time she came back, she had gotten sucked into an Italian boyfriend.
Whoops.
So I handed her the VHS tapes, and I said, arrivederci.
That sucks.
Whatever.
I mean, it all works out, but...
Blue Jays end up taking 2 of 3. It was a hell of a showing last night, that J-Ram walk-off, but the third just wrapped up. Blue Jays, Guardians, 6-0. So Cleveland shut out there. They will get another crack at a homestand tomorrow night, though. Maybe better luck against the St. Louis Cardinals. How are the Cardinals doing right now? Middle of the pack in the NL Central. They are 44-37, which places them in a better spot in the standings than the Guardians, but we'll see. Cleveland's having a tough time right now. But there's still plenty of baseball to be played. Cleveland, Ohio. The NBA draft. I don't think Cleveland did anything last night. I think they'll do everything tonight, right?
Yeah.
They didn't have anything to handle last night. The guy that everybody knew was going to go first, went to the Dallas Mavericks. A guy named Cooper Flagg. Is that his name?
That's his name.
Cooper Flagg. After the Mavs got rid of Luka Doncic, I think some people were like, they need to figure this out. And so Cooper Flagg is the dude that they grabbed.
With the first pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Dallas Mavericks select Cooper Flagg from Duke University.
Just a big, tall corn pone.
He's a big boy.
Out of Duke. Cooper Flagg goes number 1. He's a 6'8" forward with a 7-foot wingspan. Now, I didn't realize that wings were allowed in the National Basketball Association.
Mm-mm.
He's considered, they always say this, right? They say it about everybody who goes first. Considered to be the NBA's next generational talent. They say that every one of these guys that goes first. And occasionally, it ends up being true. So Cooper Flagg from Duke University. You might recall his uncle Randall Flagg was a real badass. He was a tall man of no age, I believe is how they referred to him. He was an accomplished sorcerer. He was a devoted servant of the outer dark. But he did not play basketball. Now, of course, the big loser in this whole thing is a guy named Ace Bailey. This was a guy who thought he was going to go right after, and to a team he wanted to go to. Are you familiar with Ace Bailey at all?
No.
Ace Bailey was a guy who was expecting to go third in the draft last night, and he didn't. He dropped to number 6, and he really wanted to go to the Washington Wizards. I don't know if he wanted to go to the Wizards, he wanted to go to New Orleans or Brooklyn or one of those teams. And it didn't work out for him. He got scooped up by the Jazz, a team that I think he has publicly said he has no interest in playing for. So I don't know how this works out. I mean, you just got drafted into the NBA, so things are going okay for you. But, some people got what they wanted last night, and some people did not get what they wanted.
But why draft him if you know he doesn't want to be there? Unless you can, trade him or do something with him, but, no one's seen him play yet. So what's the point? If he said he doesn't want to go.
Yeah, don't know.
Did you see, you mentioned Cooper Flagg. There was 4 kids from his prep school team that were drafted in the first round?
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Can you imagine how good those teams must have been?
Oh, something in the water. Big dude.
Huge.
Imagine being 6'8".
No.
I'd like to be 6 feet.
I'm almost there. I lie sometimes and tell people I am. I'm right at that 5'11", 5'11".
Yeah. The Cavaliers, for their part, there are conversations about trading Darius Garland, but they're like, the only way we would do that is if we get Kevin Durant. It seems very unlikely. And so the Cavs will have their work cut out for them tonight. They didn't have a first-round pick last night. But they'll be, they got 2 second-round picks. Cavs will go 49 and 58. And they got to get somebody. They got to get some heavy hitter in there.
It definitely won't be Durant because he went to the Suns.
But I thought that the conversation was about getting him from the Suns.
Oh, okay. All right. I didn't hear that.
Yeah, that's what I thought. What I read, I thought was part of the deal. Trade discussions with the Phoenix Suns for Kevin Durant. Because he was where? Not the Lakers.
No, he was
toiling away and
oh, God damn it.
He's a little long in the tooth.
Was he in
now,
Phoenix?
Well, that's the Suns.
Okay, so what did I
Yeah.
Where the hell was he?
I don't remember. But that's the conversation that they were having.
Oh my God. I hate when the Rockets.
Nets. He's been with the Suns for a couple of seasons. He was with the Nets.
It said he'd hope to retire. Okay, that's my bad.
Yeah.
Hope to retire with the Rockets. That's where I got messed up. I don't know. I don't.
Yeah,
I don't
but he
pay
never
attention to
played
him.
for the Rockets. What?
That's what it says right here.
That Kevin Durant wants
is to retire with the Rockets after the trade.
Oh, what? Like the Cavs would deal him to Houston?
I don't know.
I don't know what that is. He got drafted by the Seattle SuperSonics, right? Remember that? And then they became the Thunder, and that's kind of where he blew up. Then he went to Golden State when they were putting together their Voltron team, and then he goes to the Nets, butts heads with Kyrie, and they deal him to the Suns. And so now the conversation is about KD and the Cavaliers.
From the Bleacher Report, it says Kevin Durant's goal reportedly is to retire with the Rockets after Suns trade amid rumors.
Wow.
So if things go as planned for Kevin Durant, the Houston Rockets will be the final team he plays for in his NBA career.
I see.
So
I mean,
it
the
sounds
guy's
like
pushing
he may end
40.
up there.
So,
right.
Yeah, okay.
That's why I don't think he's not I don't think that's the move for Cleveland.
No, he's a marquee name, but you want a young guy.
You've got your marquee name.
That to me sounded like a situation where you don't want to actually trade Darius Garland. You're like, yeah, okay. You got to give us this, I don't even know what Kevin Durant gets paid these days.
I would have taken that deal all day long if I was you know what I mean? That's like, not for the Cavs, but it'd be like, okay, yeah, great. I can take Darius Garland. Fantastic.
Right. Yeah, but you know what? It's still got to be fun. I mean, if you're out there playing for the Suns, because it's like, it's you, it's Barkley, it's Dan Marley, it's Steve Nash. Like, it's got to be fun for him. Right? He's among talented guys.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm letting you go. Go ahead. Keep going.
What?
No, keep going.
Wasn't that all correct?
No.
Oh.
No.
Didn't Dan Marley play for the Cavs back in the day? He was here for a cup of coffee, wasn't he?
You got me on that one.
Oh, okay. I mean, it was before my time, too.
I got to brush up on my Cavs history. I got to watch other basketball because I just made an ass of myself with where Durant came from.
Well, yeah,
I just don't follow that.
I understand.
I watched a lot of the Cavs this year. I watched the Celtics a lot, and that's about it. I don't pay attention to what anybody else is doing.
I understand. That's basically what I do. I watch the Bulls. I watch the Cavs. I watch, who else? Pistons, Raptors. Pay a little bit of attention.
You're better than me.
Gotta make it happen with your fast break action. Gotta make it happen. Just keep on coming on. Gotta make it happen. Come on, Cavs. Gotta make it happen. Come on, Cavs.
This is a song I play when I'm spitting into somebody's mouth.
Fantastic.
Feeling sexy.
Yeah.
Yep. I know that song was very much of the time there in the 70s, but why don't they kind of, there's so much forced nostalgia. You wouldn't have to twist people's arms to bring that back. How about some old school funky Cavs vibes?
Gotta make it happen.
Kevin Durant was traded to the Rockets a few days ago. Okay. I didn't see anything about that.
That's why I was all messed up, because I thought I saw that he was traded. He was with the Suns.
Suns traded him to Houston last weekend.
That's all right.
Okay, there you go.
That's when I got messed up. And then you said he was with the Suns. That's where I got okay. All right.
I guess they didn't update his Wikipedia page. Usually people are right on that when that kind of stuff happens. Is Adam Silver, does he suffer from alopecia? Why does he actively look like Voldemort? He must have a condition, right?
I don't know. He's smooth though, boy.
He sure is. Looks like a mole rat. Commissioner of the NBA, Adam Silver. He looks like a. I mean, we all know what he looks like. Does he have a condition? It doesn't say.
I started to type in alopecia, and the first thing that pops up on Google is Adam Silver, alien.
I mean, he just looks odd, right?
Yeah.
You think he looks even? You think he looks odd now? I don't know if this is a fake picture, but look at this. You think that's a real picture of him from back in the day? Adam Silver with hair?
It doesn't look it, right?
It's probably
that
fake.
Looks
right?
pretty fake.
Yeah, okay.
He looks a creepy looking dude.
Yeah, but I wonder, that's not really a look that you would go for. No, he's got eyebrows. Although people with alopecia can, even though it is marked by losing just about all of your hair, some people kind of have some weird variations on that. Like the hair will fall out of their head, their eyebrows will come out, but then they'll get like stubble, And
there's photos of him where he's not completely shorn. So you can see that's him shaving it. It's like he puts the work in to make
You know how like bald dudes seem to have hair everywhere else?
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Paul Schaefer, Jason Alexander. I mean, you can go right down the line. They all have super hairy arms or whatever. Imagine if, like, below the waist, Adam Silver's just like a goddamn Sasquatch.
Gigantic, humongous
giant
bush.
gray bush.
Oh, yeah.
This is where we've gone today. This is the problem with me thinking it's Friday. And people give him a hard time, call him Nosferatu or whatever. I mean, he looks the way he looks.
He definitely looks like, yeah.
But he
looks ill.
He looks ill. Yeah, that's right.
Ill.
If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, you can drop us little talkback messages there anytime you like.
Alan, Rob, what's up, guys? I'm listening to the podcast from yesterday, and you guys are talking about David Manning, and I swear to God, that dude sounds like Uncle Ruckus from the Boondocks. You gotta play him, dude. It's so funny. Hate the show. Love you guys. Bye.
I had a couple people tell me. I never saw I remember the Boondocks strip in the mid-'90s. Remember the Boondocks? The little black kids that, God, who was the guy that did the Boondocks? He was like a big deal for a while. And then they made a cartoon out of it. I don't know if Comedy Central did it. Aaron Magruder, was the guy who did the Boondocks. And in the mid-'90s, it was a big deal because there was like nothing else like it as far as comic strips went. This family from Chicago that's like a little, Huey was a little kid. It was like all militant all the time. And then there was like his little brother who was like a hip hop. It was just for its time. It was nothing else like it. And then they made a cartoon out of the Boondocks. I didn't watch that, but people were like, he sounds like Uncle Ruck. Pastor Manning, by the way, is the guy we've been playing clips of. He was the semen lattes guy, but now he's all over the place, right? Doesn't like Trump. You can't pin the guy down.
No.
He's like, thank God for white people. Trump sucks. Black people didn't do anything in this country. He's all over the place.
You let this orange-haired orangutan, you let this little penis guy named Donald Trump with his big fat self and his little thing, you let this man stand up and say that these people don't deserve due process or that they're ignorant. Now, hey, I'm not for crime. God knows I'm not. I'm not for people getting robbed. God knows I'm not. But Trump is running game. He's running the same game that Hitler ran. He's running the same game.
He calls him a little penis guy?
Yeah.
Here's Uncle Ruckus from the Boondocks.
You heard of vitiligo? Shoot, well, I got re-vitiligo. Every year my skin just seemed to get blacker and darker and blacker and then more darker. It's the opposite of what Michael Jackson got. Lucky bastard.
That sounds more like Cat Williams to me than...
like slowed down Cat.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Who did... That voice sounds familiar, though.
I looked at the
voice
cast.
actor.
I saw John Witherspoon was in it. Cedric Yarborough was in it.
Yeah.
I don't think that was him, though.
No, Uncle Ruckus. So I can picture the actor, but I don't know his name. John Witherspoon.
Bang, bang, bang.
Gary Anthony Williams.
Okay.
Is the actor. He was on Whose Line Is It Anyway, maybe? A black actor and comedian, obviously, of the Boondocks. Malcolm in the Middle. Yeah. So I recognized the guy's face. I didn't know his name. Anyway, okay. I heard that from a handful of people. They were like, hey, it's Uncle Ruckus. I'm like, I don't remember him from the strip. And that was a long time ago.
Yeah, I don't.
I don't even know if newspapers have comic strips anymore in them.
I think so.
Wow.
Yeah, I would imagine so, right?
Think?
Yeah.
All right. I mean, I haven't cracked a newspaper in, I couldn't tell you how long. Years. Hey, they announced Adam Sandler is doing an arena tour, and he's coming to Cleveland. Want to go see Adam Sandler? You going to go? Would you go see Sandler?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go.
Adam Sandler is on his You're My Best Friend comedy tour, and he's playing arenas all throughout the United States. And so he'll come to the Rocket Arena. He's going to play on Monday, October the 13th, playing all through the Midwest, West Coast. He's really doing a lot of dates. Toronto, Cleveland, Detroit, Columbus. So if you strike out here, he does have a Columbus date a couple of nights later. But Monday, October the 13th, the tickets are on sale now. They went on sale today at noon, rocketarena.com. I will have a pair for you today and tomorrow. So you want to go see Adam Sandler, October the 13th. You're My Best Friend, the comedy tour.
Oh.
It's going to be some music. You know, what was the last hour he did? It was like in this little, it was really all over the place, but it was very entertaining. So caller 10, these tickets are yours. 2 for Adam Sandler this fall. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our
Up to $500 off Tempur-Pedic and Stearns & Foster. $800 off Purple adjustable sets. And interest-free financing until 2030. At Levin Furniture and Mattress.
From iHeart Podcast. Before social media, before cable news, there was Alan Berg.
He was the first and the original shock jock.
That scratchy, irreverent kind of way of talking to people and telling them that you're an idiot and I'm going to hang up on you.
This is Live Wire, the loud life and shocking murder of Alan Berg.
And he pointed to the Denver phone book and said, well, there are probably 2 million suspects.
Open your free iHeartRadio app, search Live Wire, and listen now.
Summertime means beers, barbecues, and fishing the occasional drunk friend out of the lake while he searches for his arm.
Hey, buddy, you find it?
This is the Alan Cox Show.
This is the story about Eddie Coochie, Cashy, Kamatosa, Neratosa, Okasama, Camel, Wacky, Rum. Who? Eddie Coochie, Cashy, Kamatosa, Neratosa, Okasama, Camel, Wacky, Rum. Fell into the well, fell into the well, fell into the deep dark well. Susie Jones, milking in the barn, saw him fall, ran inside and told her ma that Eddie Coochie, Cashy, Kamatosa, Neratosa, Okasama, Camel, Wacky, Rum. Fell into the well, fell into the well, fell into the deep dark well.
If you listen to us on the iHeartRadio app, from out of state, tell me where. You know, I'm only into life for the crazy names, Rob.
Yeah.
Not just Samakamawacky Brown. One of our Minnesota bureau chiefs out there in Minneapolis sent me the story. About halfway between Minneapolis and St. Cloud is the tiny town of Silver Creek. And they determined that the guy who caused a crash on Highway 61, in which a couple of highway workers got seriously hurt, that the guy was on mushrooms. And when they did the story on him, they were able to, well, they had to report on the thing and the guy's legal name, Rob.
Afternoon, a van crashed into a scissor lift in a construction zone at the Lafayette Tunnel north of Two Harbors, Minnesota. Authorities now believe that driver, 34-year-old Patches Magic Beans from the Milwaukee.
No way.
Look at this guy just grinning from ear to ear because he's on shrooms. That's why. 34-year-old Patches Magic Beans, magic with a K.
North of Two Harbors, Minnesota. Authorities now believe that driver, 34-year-old Patches Magic Beans from the Milwaukee area, was under the influence of psychedelic mushrooms at the time of that crash. Northern News Now, Sophia Labra.
This guy went all the way from Milwaukee, to Minnesota. Patches Magic. And then, of course, Magic Beans charged is the caption under his mugshot
Those
there.
court documents for us today. What else have we learned, Sophia?
While driver Patches Magic Beans continues to claim he had not taken any drugs before
They have to keep saying it, right? Well, driver Patches Magic Beans. She's standing there like a dummy with a regular name, Sophia Lauber, and then she gets to talk about the cool name Patches Magic.
Magic Beans continues to claim he had not taken any drugs before driving. The documents reveal some pretty alarming accusations from authorities. An off-duty officer was driving behind Magic Beans, who was heading north, and claims he was swerving and weaving around shortly before the crash. That person says Magic Beans' van hit a curb, several traffic cones under the tunnel, and then the scissor lift, causing the vehicle...
Because at first I was like, okay, this is the name he gave the cops because he was high on mushrooms. But the cops would have figured out what his real name was.
Yeah.
So this means that that is his legal name, that he changed his name. Now, right there, that's evidence that this guy does a lot of shrooms.
Yeah.
That he changed his name to Patches Magic Beans. Because in the reporting, they would have been like, Frank Smith, right?
Right.
Who goes by,
a.k.a.
Yeah.
to roll multiple times. Authorities say when Magic Beans was removed from his van, he was moving erratically, not making sense, and was not able to focus on anything or anyone. They then found 2-gallon Ziploc bags of mushrooms in the van, which Magic Beans said he forages for himself.
Gallons! Wow. 2-gallon bags of mushrooms.
Yeah.
He really is Magic Beans. He traded his last name for some mushrooms.
Again, he denied taking any that day, but said he took a small one the day before, along with an edible. He said he did not remember the construction zone, and the last thing he does remember was driving in Cloquet, which is roughly an hour south of the crash site.
Wow.
Magic Bean said
That is the hallucinogenic equivalent of getting pulled over and go, I just had one beer. We found 2-gallon bags of shrooms in your car, sir. Oh, no, I just had a...
Yeah, those aren't mine.
I just had a couple of little ones and an edible.
he broke a couple of ribs and appears to no longer be hospitalized, as he's now on the Lake County jail roster. He's charged with 2 counts of criminal vehicular operation and 1 count of controlled substance crime. As of Monday, 27-year-old construction worker Benjamin Kidd was still in the hospital with serious life-threatening injuries. We have not received any further condition updates for Kidd.
Oh, Patches Magic Beans, what are you up to now?
You silly goose.
He's a silly goose. He's a little stinker.
He's a little stinker.
Oh, come on. He's a ne'er-do-well is what he is.
Yeah.
He's a rake. Of course, newspapers still have a comics section. I get that people don't know how to read anymore, but yes, Garfield still hates Mondays. Well, plenty of people read. They read online. You know, I mean, there was nothing more depressing than when the Sunday paper ended up being like, you know, the thickness of a Newsweek magazine. Sunday paper used to be a goddamn doorstop.
Yeah.
At least when I was growing up. I have to assume it was that way everywhere. Now, I couldn't tell. I know that there are still newspapers in print, obviously. I'm sure there are people who, either for nostalgic reasons or for some people just like the routine of reading the paper. And I hung on to that for a while, but I mean, not for a long time. You know, if you were a syndicated columnist or a syndicated, comic strip artist back in the day, it was a big deal. I'm sure it is. It's not that it's not a big deal anymore. It's just that you have, those things are also online. So plenty of people can read. They're just reading the same stuff online, going to cleveland.com or, Patches Magic Beans. I bet that guy reads. He's labeling gallon bags of mushrooms.
See, it sounds like where he went wrong was the edible on top of the shrooms. You know what I mean? Like, that's where things can be a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Because shrooms, that's not true. If you took too much, you just probably had a bad trip.
But you have to think as well that he probably, I'm curious what his name was. Changed it probably another time he was high on shrooms. It goes in, he hit it pretty well. What's your name? My name's Trevor Coughlin. And what do you want your name to be? Patches Magic Beans. Okay.
Okay. Sir, are you sure you'd like to do that?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, I'm sure.
This is a lifelong decision,
Yes.
Patches. Trevor.
I was just talking to Santa Claus, and he thinks it's a great idea.
Oh, okay.
Santa Claus is my neighbor who's also got 2 gallon bags of shrooms, and he just legally changed his name to Santa Claus.
You're a legal adult, Trevor.
Yeah.
We can absolutely do this, but you are going to be forever known as Patches Magic Beans.
Yeah, please.
Okay.
I want to be Patches Magic Beans.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
What if he never changed his name? What if his family had an unbelievably amazing surname and they were hippies?
Yeah.
What if his given name was Trevor Magic Beans? And he goes, that doesn't sound good.
No.
Didn't really roll off the tongue. I need something more commensurate with Magic Beans.
Or he had like a weird skin condition as a kid.
Yeah.
You're like, look, old Patches over there.
And then he got pantsed in school, so they called him Patches Magic Beans after that.
Well, you know how like you get the name of whatever your family was,
Yes.
blacksmith and that sort of stuff. Maybe his family came from a long line of beanstalk. Growing magic beans.
He's the proud scion of a magic bean company.
Yeah.
Roll that beautiful magic bean footage.
Of the Portland Magic Beans.
Yes. All right. Well, good for him. Hope he keeps his nose clean from here on out.
Alan, Rob, just chilling at work earlier and dying laughing, thinking about you guys doing the David Draymond, just, when he calls in, when he talks, he's the best. Keep doing what you guys do. You make me smile. Thanks.
What a nice little message. Imagine you're sitting at work, you're chilling. It's like, I remember when Alan and Rob were doing David Draymond proposing to his girlfriend at the show.
Oh my God.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome my delicious girlfriend to the stage. Is this what he's talking about? Please.
Look at me.
Look at me, please.
May I have your attention?
Please bring my fiancé out here. I don't need sounds of silence from you right now. I need
Please.
loud applause. I wasn't feeling well the other night. I was down with a sickness.
No need to fear.
Talking to my friend Patch's Magic Beans, and I said, I think I'm going to propose to my girlfriend.
We asked him to officiate the wedding.
By the power vested in Patrick Magic Beans, by the state of New York, he now pronounced us Mr. and Mrs. Disturbed. We're changing our surname to Disturbed. Ladies and gentlemen.
Well, that's fun. The crowd's going nuts.
They are just so
over
happy.
the impending nuptials.
My fiancé is marrying a good man. I am no longer a bad man.
Could you imagine if his fiancée sounded exactly like him?
My darling, will you accept this ring? I will.
I can't do it.
Yeah, no, you can just hear him like pass the mic over.
Yeah.
I absolutely will.
Absolutely will.
It would be fun. It would be the honor of my life to become your bride.
The bride of David Draymond. You know what? If he dropped a few pounds, he'd look like Adam Silver. You know how that guy told you if you drop some weight, you look like Kevin Stefanski?
Significant amount.
Yes. If Adam Silver put on a significant amount, or if David Draymond lost a significant amount of weight, he'd probably look like Adam Silver. Although David's not tall. Adam Silver looks like a tall dude.
I love if he would have been like completely honest about it when he brought her out too, and just been like, "This, kids, is why you learn to sing or play instruments.
Yeah.
Because you too could outkick your coverage. Look at me."
Was she cute? Like I
Oh,
couldn't.
yeah.
Even, I mean, I know his
Yeah,
first
yeah.
wife was really good looking. I mean, he's getting like rock star wives.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, that's what
okay.
I mean. You
Yeah.
just got to be the lead singer of a huge rock band that tours the world.
My darling, for the past 5 years, you've let me leave it in. You've let me put it anywhere I want. And for that, I appreciate it.
Look at this tremendous piece of ass I get by
Look at
being a
this.
rock and roll star.
I used to have 2 hooks coming out of my chin. She was able to look past that to the real me. Will you spend your life inside the fire with me, my darling?
Actually, that's a song about his ex's suicide. He probably want to go that way.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, Inside the Fire, yeah.
Oh, boy.
Hey, I got money here for you. It's $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. They're very excited to win
Yeah.
here. So listen closely and good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bonus. That's bonus. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Having a pet. There are.
There's a puppy in the parlor and a skillet on the stove and a smelly old blanket that a Navajo wolf. There's popcorn in the popper and a porker in the pot. There's pie in the pantry and the coffee's always hot. There's sausage in the morning and a party every night. There's a nurse on duty if you don't feel right. There's chicken on the table, but you gotta say grace. There's always something cooking at Old Joe's place.
They don't make folk music like that anymore. They're not doing Wama Mama Sammy Brown or whatever that song was. Sama Kama Wacky Brown. And they're not doing it like the Folksmen used to do it either. You ever see A Mighty Wind?
Oh, yeah, of course. Love that movie.
Well, Christopher Guest. Well, Well. EAOs. Harry Shearer, Christopher Guest, Michael McKean. Well.
That's a great movie.
So good. Alan Patch's Magic Beans sounds like one of those old-timey baseball names. It sure does, boy. It really does. Urban Shocker. We went off on him the other day. Three Finger Brown.
Oh, God.
I think that was another one. Yeah, Patch's Magic Beans. Maybe it is. Maybe that's an homage. You know, maybe he has, the sports equivalent. I was watching a piece on this a couple of years ago. The sports equivalent of Civil War reenactors are the people who go out there and dress up like old-timey baseball players and play games like they used to. I don't know what the difference is. I don't know what the specific differences are that would require you to engage in that kind of nostalgia, but whatever, it's fine. Maybe he's one of those people. Maybe he's an old-timey baseball reenactor, and he changed his name to Patch's Magic Beans. I just want to know more about that guy, other than the fact that he does a lot of mushrooms.
There's probably not a lot to know. You know what I mean? Like a guy like that probably isn't. It's not as fascinating as we think it's going to be.
No, but my fascination would begin and end with what his real name is.
Oh, okay. All right.
You know
I was
what I
saying
mean?
because he lives at home.
I mean,
like,
he's
it's not a lot going on there.
He's on Instagram. Oh, he is a trans man. Because one of the posts on his Instagram is a GoFundMe for his top surgery. Okay. So Patch's Magic Beans is a trans man.
What does that mean?
Who's doing a lot, born female.
Okay.
Yeah. Biological female becoming male.
Got it.
Identifying as male and having the requisite hormone therapy and physical. So the top surgery, having his breasts removed. And a GoFundMe. Patch's Magic Beans. All right. Well, he got himself into some trouble there in Minnesota. His Instagram account is appropriately all over the place. But what are you going to do? Here you go. He did a close-up of an injury to his finger. There you go. Practically tore the entire tip off that finger. That is from August of 2019. That's not the kind of top surgery he was looking for.
Yeah!
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my God, that finger.
Yeah. Not the whole finger.
No.
The one right next to it. That's right. Alan, you might have it backwards. Patches might have been looking for your last name. Patches Cox?
I don't get it.
I don't get it either.
The first name was Patchy. That might be funny.
Yeah. Alan, my wife used to date David Draymond when she was a stripper.
Nuh-uh.
I'm not lying. He likes things in his butt. A lot of guys like things in their butt.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to let you all know I like things in my bum. I don't know that's you can't. It's all just hearsay, slander. I say.
But also, even if he did, like, there's a lot of dudes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, on a night such as this, on a tour such as this, I'd like to clue everyone into a secret I've kept for many, many years. Every reference I've ever made in Disturbed's music to the darkness has referred to my rectum.
Rectum damn near killed him.
What do you think Inside the Fire's about?
Inside the Fire was after a particularly egregious evening of Mexican food at one of my favorite hometown Northside spots.
And now you'll never hear 10,000 fists the same way.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, if you're with me, if you also proud like things in your butt. I used to date a guy's girlfriend and she was a
This
stripper.
is a hot stripper.
It was her idea. I was resistant to it. But then I learned that my colon was indestructible.
2, 3, 4.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I was shopping at a Target, and I found a vibrator that looked like something that would be very entertaining to put there. I named it the Vengeful One. It put me in a land of confusion.
You go on and on, right?
Here's
You
the
go on.
vengeful one.
The vengeful one. That's right. The game.
Oh.
All right. Well, that person wanted me to know. Like there's some big shocking revelation. I don't, a lot of people like things in their butt. There's a lot of nerves back there. It's not my thing, but it's some people's thing.
And we're not saying that that's true. We're laughing at something someone said.
Yeah.
Before we get people saying we were talking poorly and passing misinformation.
No, listen. I'm merely reading this text.
Oh God.
Yeah. Okay. And by the way, it is also contingent on what people like in their butt. Because you can get, there's a fine line between enjoying that and being a danger to yourself, right?
Right.
Something that is prohibitively invasive, I guess. If he's like,
number 2 pencil. Ladies and gentlemen, does anyone in the audience have a Ticonderoga? Number 2 pencil.
Preferably unsharpened.
Preferably erasers at either end.
Well, you got a plan for your post-show. That's all right. Let me take a break here. You want to send a text 35192 to do that. You can email me for anything at alancoxshow.com, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. 1-800-348-1007.
There's a change in pace of fantasy and taste. Do you like good music? Do you like to dance? Oh yeah. Hanging out for a body shop at night. Ain't it strange what we do to feel alright? Oh yeah. So when will you come? I'm experienced.
You see that Billy Idol story? I love it. Guy finds out he has a kid and he's completely unfazed. Guy's a grandfather now. Wow. He's like, yeah, I had sex with 1 million people back in the day, right? He's nonchalant. Yeah, I'm Billy Idol. He said he was not shocked when he found out that he had a secret son a couple of years ago. He discovered that he had fathered a third child. I can't believe it's only 3.
I'll bet that he knows of.
Right.
He didn't know about this one. How many more are out there walking around with that weird lip, yellow spiky hair?
Well, it's like Gavin Rossdale, right? He was a grown-ass man. He found out he had a grown-ass daughter. And he's like, she ain't my kid. He was still married to Gwen Stefani then, I think. That was a whole big thing. But, yeah, Billy Idol. He's 69 now.
Ah, nice.
He discovered his secret son, Brant, was born, or he just met him a few years ago. And he's like, yeah, we all banged a lot.
Yeah, I'm Billy Idol.
He said he was only a little bit surprised when he found out the kid who was born when Billy Idol was on his Rebel Yell tour back in the 80s. So this guy is like in his 40s. And he said, the more I thought about it, I guess that something like that was going to happen. And we were going around in the 80s and the 70s just having knockdown, drag-out sex with 1 million people you didn't know, is what he says.
Boy, I guess your mother was road beef.
He also shares a 37-year-old son with his ex and a 35-year-old daughter with another ex. And he's like, yeah, this was not a wild thing. And Billy Idol, by the way, kept it tight for a long time. My friend David Werner wrote Cradle of Love for Billy Idol, and he's still making money on that song.
Yeah.
A lot of people in the rock world have children beyond their usual relationships, is what he says. Well, that's a good way to put it.
Yeah, we're all whores.
He learned about his third child after his daughter took a 23andMe test. Boy, I got a lot of rock stars that are happy that 23andMe went belly up, right? They're like, thank Christ.
So wait a minute. They found it that way? So this person didn't know who their dad was until they matched up?
Didn't know.
Oh, my God. Hit the jackpot.
Maybe? I mean,
yeah, your dad is Billy Idol?
Yeah, but is Billy Idol like a rich guy? I mean,
sure, he's got dough.
Yeah.
Like good dough.
Yeah.
He's been dancing with himself since the 80s.
WMMS Rob on Instagram.
Thank you. Yes, very good.
Yes, very good. Thank you.
Yes, very good. Thank you.
It's unclear when they first met, but Billy Idol just got his star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame a couple of years ago, and this kid was there, his son Brant. He addressed Brant as his son for the first time in public when he shared photos with him and his I think I vaguely remembered this at the time, but it didn't really click with me. I just saw it was another one of his kids. I didn't know it was a kid he just discovered he had. Billy Idol doesn't believe he has any other secret children.
Yeah. I left it in a whole bunch of them over the years. Did I?
Yeah.
Didn't I? Estimated $60 million.
Okay.
Jack.
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
Pot.
Yeah, that's a lot of money. Despite his promiscuous past, Idol doesn't expect to have another secret child pop up. See, that's what it is. You know, you're having a good time on the road when you're a young man. And then for the rest of your career, as a career will normally slow down, you will get older, you know, then it's like you're spending your life waiting for a grenade to go off in the middle of, you know what I mean? You're spending the rest of it. It's like serial killers who they catch them when they're 80 and then they go, well, I had a good run. You know, I stopped killing women 40 years ago, but here's where the bodies are. They've lived like a full life on top of what they did. So you get older, and then I guess you're waiting for grenades to go off. He's a grandfather now.
Imagine that all at once. You find out you have another kid and become a grandfather at the same time.
Yeah. As for his relationship with Brandt, Billy Idol revealed that they share more than a father-son bond. Oh, no, they're not accidentally Eskimo brothers. Can you imagine that?
God, could you imagine?
Imagine if Billy Idol accidentally, had sex with his son's girlfriend or something,
Yeah.
The old Brian Ferry move.
Like you walk in the room to meet, and the kid's sitting there with his wife. He's like, oh, no. Oh, dear.
Oh.
Son, I've got to tell you something, mate. I banged your wife, too.
I never saw her from the front. I'm sorry. I had a no mirror policy in the dressing rooms and never saw her.
I could recognize that tattoo anywhere. Sorry, mate.
We're quite good friends, and I love him. He's a nice guy, after mentioning that his son works in construction. So, no,
Not anymore.
I'm sure he won't want any money.
That kid did not. That kid, when he found out, quit his job that day. Hey, I just want to let you know, I'm not going to be into work tomorrow.
Yeah.
Why? I just found out my dad's Billy Idol, and get bent.
Well, also, like, Billy Idol was, like, way into heroin back in the day, too. So he had a whole lot of things going on. There's a documentary called Billy Idol Should Be Dead. And I haven't watched it yet, but I'm very excited to get to it. But he was a big deal back in the day. People hear Eyes Without a Face, and those weren't, like, particularly punk songs per se. That's why they were so mainstream. That's how he blew up. But, like, earlier in his career, he was like, Generation X was the band he fronted before he went solo. They were like a legit band in, like, the punk scene. So his bona fides were pretty solid. But listen, there's a lot of things over the course of my life and career that could bite me in the ass. A secret kid isn't one of them.
Yeah, I don't.
Because I
can't
wrapped
imagine.
it every day for,
I didn't, but I cannot imagine that that's a thing. I would think by now I would know.
You think by now?
Yeah.
Your pullout game was that strong?
No, I mean, no, it's not necessarily that. I just think someone would have come forward at this point and been like, hey, man, just want to let you know. Because, I mean, when I was doing
Imagine being famous, but somebody, you're famous, but you're not Billy Idol, and so somebody doesn't want people to know that you're their kid. Like, Rick Moranis is my dad or something like that. That's a bad example, too, because he's pretty cool. But
maybe, that'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, Rick Moranis.
But when you think about it, I met Melissa when I was 23, right? So all of my peak years were between, like, 20 and 23.
Oh, yeah, early, yeah.
So I would have...
You didn't have many swordsman years.
No, but it was a pretty good run.
Yeah.
But in that time frame, if that were to have happened, I would have a 25-year-old kid.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So that's why I think at this point, if it did happen, I would have known.
Right. It'd be wild if, like, you had a kid that you never knew about, but, like, they died in a car accident, or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That would be weird.
Yeah, I don't. I'm fine.
Okay.
I don't have any kids alive or dead outside of the ones I know.
Mm-hmm. Good for you.
My two wonderful daughters. That hopefully aren't listening to this.
Why? You don't want them to know that you think they're wonderful?
I'm joking. I'm kidding.
You might have a little brother somewhere, ladies. How about that? No, that would really, being a rock star, obviously, is your get-out-of-free card in that situation.
Yeah.
Because you can basically claim ignorance on any point on the curve. I was doing a lot of heroin. I don't remember that. I was touring a lot. I was putting it into everything. It was the 80s. We weren't rapping it.
Right.
Well, 70s, mate. 80s people started rapping it. But good for him.
If AIDS never came along, I don't think anybody would have ever
started
wrapping it up. Like, that was the only thing that made people like, yeah, I guess I don't want to die.
Yeah, that's what I said early on. I was like, if I had ever been in a band that blew up, I was in a lot of bands. If one of them had blown up, I'd be dead. Because I would have done everything I wanted to do.
But when you think about it, herpes, gonorrhea, all of these terrible wiener diseases, no one cared. They're like, all right, if I get it, I get a shot. It's fine. But as soon as AIDS came along, like, oh, I could die.
Well, right, yeah.
I guess maybe now I'll cover this thing up.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't want to get any of those things, though.
That would not feel good.
Yeah. Does it burn when you pee, David?
Whoa!
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, man, that hurts. Don't pinch that.
Yeah. Peeing razor blades.
Woof. Youch.
Hey, Alan, it's Duke from Bay Village. I just watched a documentary on marijuana, and I think all documentaries should be watched that way.
All right. Thank you.
Did he
Duke.
say about marijuana?
Yeah, on marijuana.
Oh,
I think
on
he-
marijuana. Okay.
Smoke
weed every day.
And I think
Got
they
it.
should all be watched that way. It's Duke's thing.
I get it.
Yep. He's being all silly.
Silly.
Out there in my neck of the woods. So in the break, Rob, we were talking about this earlier in the show, and Rob went and got a couple of bottles of Sprite.
Yep.
Obviously, we're way late on this Sprite challenge thing, but we went back through and we're looking at some of the videos, and neither of us ever did it.
Nope. So what better time than now?
Well, you're not worried about this at all? Like that you're going to...
I don't know what's going to happen. It's 5 o'clock. We waited until the last hour.
I know.
I mean, it's not...
I know.
It's not going to be great. I can't imagine it's going to be great.
Well, we got to pull the garbage out here, though.
In case one of us pukes.
Yeah. Or craps our pants.
I don't think you crap.
I mean, an hour. I saw a guy online. Well, of course, he was a big dude, too. So everything probably makes him crap. But an hour is going to be a long time if this goes sideways.
Oh, yeah.
So
For
the
sure.
point is to just to guzzle it.
Yeah, I think.
And you don't.
And not burp. So you got, it's 20 ounces you're supposed to get down without burping once.
Okay.
So I think, I don't know if the move is to chug it or if the move is to like.
I don't think I can chug it.
No, I'm saying like sip as much as you can, wait, sip as much as you can, wait, and try to hold those burps. Like I think that's all you can do.
So
right?
I don't have to chug it.
No, but I think you have to take like a significant amount because you got to get it down, right?
Yeah, okay.
All right, here we go.
Only time I ever got pop as a kid is when I was sick.
I'm going to lose.
7-Up.
I'm totally going to lose. Oh, God, I got to hold it in.
No, we're not doing it timing, right? We're just doing it.
No, but you have to do
it.
it.
It feels awful already.
Oh, yeah, terrible. But you have to hold it in.
Here's
because I'm already almost at the bottom of the label.
That's the problem, though, is that if I don't burp, I'm just going to be uncomfortable all day.
Oh, my God. I'm below the label.
Mm-hmm.
It's starting to hurt.
Same.
Yeah, you're there.
Oh, God, it's gross.
Oh, my God. I can do it, I think. I might tap out. Mm-mm.
You can or can't drink the whole thing? I'm almost done. It's making my eyes hurt.
I did it.
Yeah.
I did it. Oh, my God.
Oh, good for you.
Oh, Jesus.
See, it's not going to work like that for me. I already know.
You
I'm
can't
just gonna,
do it?
I'm just going to sit here uncomfortable.
Oh, Jesus.
All right, there's the last of it.
And there's nothing happening for you?
No.
How is that? Oh, you're going to have a rough day.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I was like, oh, maybe this will make me, but it just makes me. Oh, hold on.
You going to puke?
I feel like I might.
I keep getting those like burpy liquid burps. You need a boot?
I maybe. Oh God.
That's weird.
Yeah,
that you
I just feel
I can't believe you
gross.
can't burp. I've let out so much burps, and I cannot believe you haven't.
No, I feel like I'm gonna honk.
I think you're gonna. If you can't burp.
Oh God, it's just awful.
Oh.
Maybe it'll come to me like as I'm talking. Maybe. Hey, at least we're getting something out of it. All right. Yeah, it's not coming to me. Oh, it's just sitting there.
I don't know how that's possible. Maybe you are going to crap your pants.
That's what I'm saying. Like, God, my
Get
head
that technical
hurts.
difficulties button ready.
Alan, tell Rob I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I'm his son. What time should I be over for dinner tonight? Hey, look at you. You got a kid.
Yeah, we're going to pass on that.
Oh, God. It's just sitting there.
I don't feel as bad now that I burped a lot.
Oh, yeah, of course.
I don't know how.
I'd like to be able to do that.
I don't know how you don't belch.
I don't know either.
This is why this all started, because you see you don't burp. And I'm like, what if you did the Sprite challenge?
Oh, God. It just feels like I'm going to...
You puke? Did you get anything out?
No, that was I felt that in my taint, by the way. That was, I wish that had been on mic, because that was a burp, but I swear to God, it felt like I was going to puke.
Oh, that was on mic.
Oh.
Did you get any relief?
Yes. So that, I guess that was technically a burp, but, God, I literally felt that in my taint.
Good.
Jimmy from North Olmsted. I didn't meet my father and child. What? I was 31. My mother hid his name from me. Oh, I don't know.
Oh, boy.
Oh, man.
That still doesn't feel good.
No.
Like, I can feel, like, my stomach, like, just...
Yeah, I guess I feel mildly better, but I thought for sure I was going to honk.
I thought you were going to puke. The way that sound...
Yes.
Guttural.
Okay, well, obviously not the results. No, we're not going to go viral for that.
I mean, the good news is we know that we can drink a whole 20-ounce Sprite in one thing without belching.
That's the good news?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, God,
we did it. We completed the challenge.
My head feels like I did puke.
Really?
But I didn't. Yeah, like when you get a runny nose and the whole thing.
Well,
like
you probably got a wicked sugar rush right now, too, right?
Gross. Yeah, because I had that monster not long ago.
Jesus. Yeah, that's unenjoyable, isn't it?
Setting myself up for disaster later on tonight.
And I feel like my nose is, like, runny.
That's what I'm saying. Ugh. People are telling me Charlie can't burp either, so at least he's in my camp.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I didn't either. I mean, how would we?
Yeah, no, I never asked him.
I've been here 15 years, and he and I haven't gotten to that oh-so-important can you burp stage of our relationship, so we never had that conversation.
Yeah, I know he probably would puke. I think that's normally his thing if he gets burpy.
Alan, give yourself a baby pat. Rob's belches had an impressive reverb with the bass in my car. How about We're going to name your new name is Rob Bass. It takes two to make a thing go right.
It takes two to make it out of sight.
Yeah. Jump up and down. That helps you burp. Jump up and down.
That's not doing anything.
No, I don't want to. Oh, I'm not trying to jostle my. Well, whatever. Whatever happens, happens. I thought that maybe in the course of continuing to talk, something would happen, but.
Charlie just texted me. He said he learned how to burp a few years ago. He can teach you.
Yeah, please do. Everybody who has ever thought they were going to teach me how to burp, it's like when I was a kid and people were going to teach me how to swim. Like, no, go down to the bottom like a stone. Okay, well.
He said you could start by making yourself puke.
Yeah, I don't want to do that, though. I really don't want to do that. That big, I thought I was going to honk, but that big burp into the garbage can, that did give me some relief, but this is not the big performance that I thought it was going to be. Yeah, see, that's good. I thought maybe there would be a universal reaction to it.
I guess jumping up and down may have done it.
Even though I can't voluntarily burp, I thought that downing that, I would involuntarily. That was the best I could hope for.
I always thought a burp was a just that type of a thing. Like you don't control it; it just burps. That's not like a normal, just like bodily function. Like it just doesn't do it on its own. You have to know how to do it.
Well, I'm talking about people who can voluntarily.
I can't do that.
Oh, swallow air.
Yeah, I can't
do
that.
I can't do that either.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. I wish something was.
Only 1 hour from now.
Nope. I'm just getting those dumb, tiny air burps that I always get that are, Wow. I don't know, man. Oh.
Well, we've done dumber things, but.
Boy, not many.
You drank pee.
I did. That's right. Did a shot of my own whiz. How do you like that? That didn't make me burp either. I'd rather do that again than drink another 20-ounce friggin' Sprite.
That would make me puke.
Shot of your own pee?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, nice and warm. What's the matter with that?
Here it
yes. Fresh from the tap, baby. Nice and clear. Bouquet of asparagus. Hey, you want to walk Pantera to the stage? Get it? Pantera is coming through for that show at Blossom on July 23rd. It's a Wednesday night. That's going to be a big week, boy. Incarceration is the weekend before. And then Pantera. Phil Anselmo, Zach Wilde, Charlie Benante, Rex Brown. On the heaviest tour of the summer, they got a Monomarth and Snafu with them. This is going to be a good one. And I'll throw you tickets, but qualify you for the grand prize, which is you walking Pantera to the stage. Dressing room to the stage. It's just you and their security team and getting them up there. WMMS.com. It's got another chance for you to register and have all the details as well. We're going to have the grand prize winner is going to be contacted on Monday. So you won't have to wait a long time. A 2 for Pantera, and we'll qualify you for the walk there, too. Caller 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play The Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio. Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One,
is coming back to Las Vegas.
T-Mobile Arena.
September 19th and 20th.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
And you can be there for a weekend full of superstar performances.
Playing live.
The Offspring.
You gotta keep them separated. That's okay, 'cause I got no self-esteem.
Jelly Roll.
I only talk to God when I need a favor.
Sammy Hagar. Justice, John Fogerty, and more. 15 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage.
Never seen before collaborations. Once in a lifetime artist moments you'll have to see to believe.
We love you, Las Vegas.
Tickets are on sale now at AXS.com. Go to AXS.com to get your tickets today.
And we'll see you at our 2025 iHeart but we can't see you. But we'll fix that tonight. Outside your window.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Ooh. These guys are good for some Swedish death metal. Band called Unleashed. We're going to play new stuff from them on Saturday night. First new stuff in quite some time. We do a metal show when we're not preempted by late night Guardians baseball, as we have been the past couple of weeks. Saturday night's called 2 Hours to Midnight, starts at 10 o'clock. It's me and Corey Roddick and Pat Butler. And we have a whole bunch of new metal for you. Got some old classics, got some local metal in there as well. And we play your requests and suggestions and all that kind of stuff. So if you're into metal, it's a ton of fun. 2 hours to midnight, 10 o'clock, Saturday night here on the Buzzard. The Guardians get shut out today, the last of that series against the Toronto Blue Jays. How you doing over there, by the way?
Not great.
I got nothing coming out of me. I'm kind of back to zero over here.
It's just those weird foamy verps now.
Yeah. Foamy Verps, playing some new stuff from them tomorrow night as well, or Saturday night. I keep thinking today's Friday. Saturday night on 2 Hours to Midnight. Foamy Verps. Guardians will hope to have better luck against the St. Louis Cardinals. Yeah, they got blanked by the Blue Jays. I think it was 6-0, the afternooner. So we'll see what happens tomorrow night. Yes.
Yep.
Guardians, St. Louis Cardinals. Here on the Buzzard. Congratulations, by the way, to Christopher Robbins. I won't make the joke everybody else has probably made to this guy's entire life.
The one I just did.
He's out there in Wellington, and he got those Pantera tickets, and he's qualified to walk him to the stage. That's the grand prize. So I will have one last pair of tickets for you tomorrow afternoon around 5:10. You'll be the last person to qualify, and then we're going to call a winner on Monday. We're going to go, hey, come July 23rd, you are going to walk Pantera from the dressing room to the stage, courtesy of WMMS.
It's a pretty cool prize.
I think it's amazing. So go to WMMS.com if you want to try to register for that. Hold on. Nope.
That's it.
No, it sticks in my chest and dissipates, and then all that comes up is this weak little puff of air.
That's amazing.
No, it just like rumbles in my chest and doesn't really go anywhere.
Alan, Rich down in Jacksonville, Florida, listening to live the show today. You guys got that Walk with Pantera contest going on, and I'm wondering how well they vet these contest winners, considering their last lead guitarist was murdered by a fan of theirs. Anyways, hate the show. Bye!
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to imagine we'll probably
Yeah.
pat people down.
Yeah, I think we probably we'll make sure that doesn't happen again.
Imagine if that happened on our watch.
No, I can't. Absolutely not. I cannot.
This band has the worst luck. Contest winner. Alan, you guys were talking about dreams earlier in the show. I've had a dream several times of being in love with a woman or smitten with them, and I wake up and I actually feel as though I missed them. Like I went through a breakup. Yeah, that's a weird thing. You know, they say that your mind cannot create faces. So in your dreams, it's either faces you know or faces that you might not know, but like maybe somebody you passed on the street, but your brain kind of registered it. Your brain can't generate faces that you've never seen. And so those kinds of dreams can be very, very strange, obviously, because they're so intense. And then you wake up and all day long you're like, yeah, it's like you broke up with somebody you never met. Or it's a person in your dream that you know, but the face is different. And you're like, I know it's you, but it doesn't look like you. What I'm trying to say is dreams are wacky.
They are.
They're so weird.
Isn't that wild? Weird, wacky, wild stuff.
It's like your brain is unleashing. Boy, I'm trying to get
You really
one.
are.
I know. I'm trying to get one, but I'm not getting any more than I ever have under normal circumstances. I thought, well, now I know, right?
Yeah.
Nothing's going to jumpstart No, nothing's going to jumpstart.
Amazing.
I'm not even getting a foamy verp from this. By the way, do you watch The Bear?
Yeah, I gave up this season, though. I made it through about half of it.
Jesus, this last season, you were like, what is they dragged it out, and it ended on, like, I don't know if it constitutes a cliffhanger. I don't know if they're seeing diminishing returns. They very quietly dropped season 4 last night. And I just happened, they used to promo the new season of this show.
Oh, yeah.
Like it was the second coming. And now they're like, hey, season 4, it's on Hulu. Like, what's going on over there? I had no idea it was even out. They dropped it last night. I saw, like, no write-ups. I just happened to stumble upon somebody talking about the new season of The Bear.
Did you start it?
No, I just found out about it this morning. So I'm sure I'll probably watch it this weekend, maybe.
Yeah.
That last season was a real slog.
There was just that one where nobody said anything, and they just kept showing the tension and the, like, I was getting stressed out. Like, it reminded me of when I cooked, and I'm like, I don't want to watch this. I just gave up on it.
Yeah.
So you're saying don't even bother with the rest of the season? There's nothing that matters?
I mean, it ends with, I don't even remember. It ends with him getting a text from somebody, and I don't know.
All right. I think I'm probably tapped out. Let me know if the next season's good.
Yeah,
maybe
you
I'll
might
go back.
be. I mean, the write-up I saw was that the new season is just one long apology, and they refer to the show as Stuck.
Oh, God.
So
that's a shame because that first season was really good.
It was great. I mean, this is one of those shows that I'll watch because I like everybody in it, and I think it's a really well-done show. But and again, I don't even know what I expect from it. You know, people are like, no, it's not as good as the other ones. Like, yeah, but that's true of most shows. But I was just mostly surprised at how little rollout there had been. They're like, hey, season 4's out. Really?
I think it was well cast. Like, it was a good show. I don't understand how it could have gone so south.
I don't know. Some people are still, some people still like it. Hold on. Sorry, I keep stopping because I feel like something is going to happen.
I want to be here for your first burp. Just pat you on your back, you little tappy, little tappies.
Little tappies. Yeah, it's not happening.
Amazing.
Mm.
I nearly vomited with that first burp. I caught myself. I was like sucked it back. I'm like, oh,
garbage
boy.
right there.
Yeah, it was close.
Is a lady who's filing suit over a Chucky doll, saying that she was harassed with a Chucky doll and that it caused her no small amount of emotional distress. She's claiming discrimination over it as well.
Chucky doll, you know, the one from the movie Child's Play. It's at the center of a federal discrimination lawsuit. A Rocky Mount woman who worked for Truist Bank says that someone used a doll like that to prank her.
This is North Carolina. I think we have somebody in Rocky Mount. Do we have a bureau chief in Rocky Mount? No. It sounds familiar.
While she was on the job. As WRL's Monica Casey reports, this woman also claims that prank was bad enough to give her PTSD.
A woman who worked at a Truist location in Rocky Mount is now suing the bank here in federal court. This all started over a Chucky doll. A Rocky Mount woman claims she was discriminated against as an individual with disabilities during her time at Truist. The lawsuit says her manager, quote, placed a Chucky doll, the doll that kills people, in the plaintiff's office chair. She says that incident worsened her medical condition and she was placed on medical leave. That former employee claims that manager, quote, was aware of her fear of dolls and how her fear of dolls negatively affected her disabilities after she shared that information during a team cookout. She was diagnosed with PTSD after the incident, and when she came back to work, she was placed in a new office. While there, she claims she was treated differently than others when she made mistakes, alleging that was due to her disability. In one incident, she says her new manager spoke to her in an aggressive, loud tone in the presence of a coworker. She eventually lost her job. In this lawsuit, she argues Truist violated the Americans with Disabilities Act and that the bank is liable for negligent and intentional infliction of emotional distress.
I wonder what her disability is. You know, we were talking earlier about how the definition of pervert has really widened, and so is the definition of disabilities. I'll never forget when I worked for PBS in Pittsburgh. I worked for WQED, and one of my co-hosts got handicapped plates because he didn't have a pinky toe.
Really?
So he would park in the handicapped spot. Now, to be fair, he was a big guy. Your pinky toe does do a lot more than you think.
Yeah.
It's a big stabilizer, and you don't think of it when you have it, but when you don't have it, you go, oh, nevertheless. I was like, I mean, so she's at a cookout. She tells people she has a fear of dolls. That's why you never tell anybody what your fears are, because if you're not hip to the vibe of your office, you're going to have somebody needling you all the time. And it sounds like that's what happened here. PTSD there in the bank. Also, you know, if you look at it more broadly, I think in some situations like this, these people just go, I got a case, right?
Yeah.
This is a chance for me to secure the bag. She's working for a bank, for one thing. And a guy puts a Chucky doll down there.
That's all it is. It's a grab.
I mean, in the movie, like I never thought those Child's Play movies were especially scary. Even as a kid, I was like, those are too cartoony to be scary. Like, it's a cool premise, but the doll's not scary. I know he curses a lot and he's screaming. There's that scene where the first time he kind of becomes animated because she's going to throw him into the fire. That's a good jump scare. But I'm like, boy, imagine that.
I haven't seen.
I've got a
1
fear
minute
of
that
Chucky
movie.
dolls. Oh, really? The original was great. I thought it was really good. Then they made like 10 more of them, but I guess they can't say what her disability is. But she was diagnosed with PTSD. Well, some people are a little softer than others. But she did lose her gig.
Little.
Well, again, I don't know what her situation is, but it made the rounds because of the Chucky doll. I still think it's guerrilla marketing for that new Child's Play movie. They're rebooting the thing again, I think. I got money here. It's $1,000. It is your last keyword for the day. To grab $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie, we'll start it up again tomorrow morning in the 9 o'clock hour with RMG, so good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Check. That's check. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Alan, I can't burp either. I just get a little weird pocket of air that makes a growling sound. Yeah, that's probably
That's what you have, yeah.
best way to describe what's going on here, yeah.
Will that turn into gassy? Like, will you turn into a farter?
No.
No?
I think it'll just dissipate, and so I'll be uncomfortable, but it won't come up or go down.
Where does all the gas go?
I don't know. Maybe it will. Maybe I'll end up farting later on. I don't know.
Let me know. I'm fascinated by this.
Rob started the show a hot mess and with a gagging finish, like he left a P-Town glory hole. Boy, that's a stretch.
It sure is.
I dislocated your shoulder on that one.
Yeah. Wow.
Alan, I watched one of my friends in high school eat the same bowl of ice cream 4 times. Some people can have complete control of their esophagus. It's how sword swallowers do it.
Oh, God.
Well, listen, if I were a sword... the point of that is what? That that's a lot of ice cream, or...
It just sounds like he ate it, like it came up, ate it, ate it.
Eat the same bowl of ice cream 4 times. Oh, yeah, that's gross.
Yeah, that's gross.
I guess I misread, or it wasn't clicking with me.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, if I were swallowing swords, that, I'm not doing that.
Oh, God.
That's pretty gross.
That is disgusting.
I hope there was a monetary reward for that, not just a dare. Put that on that people puking Instagram. I can't get enough of that. I swear to God, I can't. I'm not somebody who's triggered by people vomiting, so it's just like I'm sitting there, I'm just howling at this thing. The nonchalance with which these people who are just hammered are just sitting there. Yeah. Right? Because when if you're getting really drunk, there is unless you're somebody who's just a complete degenerate and you're constantly drinking and puking, whatever. But for most people, there's kind of that initial terror. You're like, oh my God. Like I'm somebody, and it happens very rarely. I couldn't tell you the last time I puked from drinking. But I will always be the one to go march right in, put my finger down my throat.
Yeah. Hitting the reset button.
Yeah, because some people, not necessarily to go back out and start drinking again, but some people just don't like to do that or whatever. But the people in this Instagram feed who are just out of their brain drunk and just sitting there, just like a doll, opening their mouth, puke coming out down their shirt.
Gross. Friends
are filming them. Because nothing you can do for them. There's a lot of situations where people go, put down the phone and help them, right?
No.
Somebody's getting beaten up in the street. They go, why is everybody filming? Why doesn't somebody help? It's like, what, because I'm going to get stabbed in there too? No, thanks.
I'm going to get my ass kicked.
But in a puke situation, that is a completely passive experience, right? You're there to watch. You're there to document the vomitus. Alan, in high school football, our linemen would spit hawkers onto the ceiling and then catch another guy's as it dripped down.
Why?
What is going on with dudes in high school?
Oh, God. Why? God.
I don't know. Maybe it was like a to show that they had no fear out there on the gridiron, right? They were engaging in some kind of Spartan ritual.
It's disgusting.
It is really gross, by the way.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah. And I know in high school, like the grosser the better, but and if you're filming it, I understand. But like I was going to high school when people weren't filming anything, and people were doing dumb crap when I was in high school too. The guy didn't get any money, that follow-up from that ice cream. People didn't believe he could puke on demand. He did it a few times just to get the day off from school, but they caught on pretty quickly. Wow. How about that? Yeah, I could puke on demand. Is anyone demanding that you vomit, by the way? What do you mean by that? People demanding that you vomit? I'm going to need to see some proof.
Yeah.
Will you vomit for me? I demand that you vomit.
Stand by.
Yeah. Alan, I can't puke.
That sucks.
Plenty of times I've wanted to puke, times I've needed to, and I cannot.
That sucks. Yeah, I'm when I say hit the reset button, I don't mean like then go back to drinking. I just mean like
clear it out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, some people do that so they can go
back to drinking.
Go right back out, yeah.
That's a boot and rally. I've never done that.
No, I'd rather just I like to kind of really go hard at the beginning of the night and then just kind of surf the wave.
Yeah.
But everybody's got their own thing.
I cannot believe you haven't burped.
I know. It's a bummer. I thought that was the one that was going to put me over the top. I thought that was the one that was going to really telegraph to this audience that I am, in fact, Rob.
A human being?
A real man.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, a little from column A, a little from column B.
Is Alan a robot? Like, not really.
Not really.
No, I mean, he's not a...
No,
he's not a robot per se.
Nope.
He's made of the same thing we all are, but he's different.
Flesh and blood.
And he's different.
Different.
Oop.
What?
I said, oop.
Oh, you coming back?
Yep.
All right.
Whoa. Oh, man. This ain't good.
Oh, that's a big load.
It's coming back up.
The biggest load that we've seen.
I got to take a break. 35192 if you want to text. You can watch the show on our YouTube channel, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. Feel the rush of letting it ride on the Nordic Darts Masters League. Or break the bank with a bet on Indonesian table tennis. The Buzzard Bookie is back with your chance to win $1,000 to blow on whatever action you're into. Always wanted to bet on the U.S. Amateur Billiards Championship? Well, now you can with money you won from the Buzzard Bookie. Get keywords at 30 past the hour and get super angry because you lost it all on women's water polo. The Buzzard Bookie on 100.7 WMMS.
Brought to you by the Great Lakes Medieval Fair. Open weekends July 5th through August 17th. Come for the food, the fantasy, the costumes, and the entertainment. Family and pet friendly. Visit medievalfair.com for themed weekends and tickets. Come to the fair.
Nobody makes it easier to make your car last longer.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
The Guardians take on the Cardinals on Saturday, June 28th. 15,000 fans will receive a Cleveland Buckeyes cap celebrating the 80th anniversary of their Negro League World Series title, courtesy of Pepsi. Progressive Field is the best place to be on a Saturday afternoon. Get your tickets today at CLEGuardians.com.
Rocket.com is the new home for all things home ownership. Whether you're buying your first home, finding your next one, or unlocking home equity to fund one of your dreams, there's only one destination that has everything you need to get started all under one roof. Get started today at Rocket.com. Rocket, own the dream.
Kia of Streetsboro. 99 cents get you driving. Kia of Streetsboro. Stop in and see how much you'll save. Kia of Streetsboro. Kia of Streetsboro.com.
This summer, ordinary just won't cut it. And neither will your car. It's time to upgrade your vehicle at Kia of Streetsboro, where style meets savings all June long. Slide into the all-new Kia Sportage, feel the tech in the Kia Sorento, or zip through summer traffic in a fuel-efficient Kia Forte, all with low lease deals and financing as low as 0%. Put more of your money in your pocket this summer. 99 cents down, 0% interest, and up to $5K over Kelley Blue Book for your trade. Don't miss these deals. Get to Kia of Streetsboro today, right off the turnpike, or seize the road at KiaofStreetsboro.com, where the thrill begins.
Kia of Streetsboro. Kia of Streetsboro.com.
See dealer for details. Expires 6/30/25.
The nation's largest trading card, anime, and pop culture convention is coming to Cleveland. Collecticon, Saturday and Sunday, June 28th and 29th at the International Exposition Center. With over 1,000 vendors and dealers. Check out the nation's largest selection of Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh!, sports cards, and pop culture collectibles. Make sure to bring your collectibles for grading and authentication. Come meet your favorite voice actors from Pokemon, One Piece, Naruto, and Demon Slayer. Plus a free live concert with Waka Flocka. That's right, Waka Flocka performing live. Get your tickets now at CollecticonUSA.com. That's CollecticonUSA.com.
Hon, is your new pinball machine in our budget?
KeyBank will meet you in that our money is now our money moment.
Actually, our banker Steve recommended we start a joint checking account for bills and keep our individual accounts for things like, pinball machines.
Did someone say Banker Steve? I was in the neighborhood, in case you had any checking account questions.
Steve, you're always there for us. Now, how quickly can we open that account?
Steve, are you seeing this?
For every financial need, we'll meet you in the moment. KeyBank opens doors. KeyBank member FDIC.
Hey, what's up? It's Rob. Remember that edge you used to have? Your energy, your strength, your drive? It's all faded, and it's not your fault. It's your body telling you to do something about it. Testosterone levels in men have dropped every generation, and those normal ranges, well, those lie. And that's why over 20,000 men came to Mantality. If you've been waiting for your sign, this is it. Like everything in life, nothing is going to change until you do. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio and take back your fire.
Hey, Mackenzie here for Ken Ganley Volkswagen, where you'll find a great selection of VW models. Drive the 2025 Jetta Sport, $199 a month, $199 at Ken Ganley Volkswagen North Olmsted and Willoughby Hills. I want to see you. and a Ken Ganley VW.
36 month lease, $39.95 down, 7,500 miles per year, plus tax, title, registration, and doc fee with no security deposit on approved credit through 4-leaf FCU. Sale price $26,159, VIN 3VWPX7BU3SM063281, expires 6/30/25.
At Valvoline Instant Oil Change, we're here to help keep you on the road so you can soak up all the summer fun. The road tunes.
Take me out to the ball game.
Stop it. Hotel pools. Emergency ice cream stops.
Scream for ice cream.
The sunscreen and bug spray everywhere.
It's in my eyes.
At Valvoline Instant Oil Change, we're here for it all. So stop in for a quick oil change before you go. Only takes about 15 minutes. No appointment needed.
Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle in Market District. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting lower prices. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle. Experience value like never before. Visit Giant Eagle today to see how easy it is to save.
You've got an app for your music, but what about your favorite morning show, sports team, or live local news and weather?
See things start to change.
Yep, there's an app for all that too. iHeartRadio. Download the #1 app for radio. The free iHeartRadio app.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up.
Going up.
But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button.
Going down.
We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40, period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Dick's epic 4th of July sale is on. Get summer ready with 25% off select Stanley drinkware. Get 20% off Igloo coolers and water bottles and select bog bags. Buy one, get one 50% off DSG coolers, canopies,
McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-513-4444. That's 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444.
Traffic. From the Elk and Elk Traffic Center, if an auto accident caused you injury, call Elk and Elk at 1-800-ELK, Ohio. A left lane blocked with the wreck on 271 south off-ramp to westbound 480. 2 right lanes blocked on 71 north after 76. The right lane blocked with the crash 480 west at Ridge. Elsewhere, Chardon-Windsor Road at Old State Road. And 90 east, the Inner Belt north after Chester in the right shoulder. Jackie Roberts in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Levin Furniture and Mattress.
The 4th of July sale is underway at Levin. Start with an extra 25% off store-wide. Sofas from $399. Lazy Boy recliners now $395. Plus get special financing for 5 years. Now at Levin.
From the Avon Lake Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Studios, we say yes.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Because he's my best friend, he's my pal, he's my homeboy, my rotten soldier, he's my sweet cheese, my good time boy.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Comedian Pete Lee is going to be in here tomorrow. Very funny dude. He's on his Ready to Connect tour, brings him to Polarities for the weekend. So we'll catch up with him. It's been a minute since he's been in here. Guardians get shut out by the Blue Jays at the end of that series today, 6-0 earlier this afternoon around the corner of Progressive Field. They're hoping to have better luck. Tomorrow night, they'll begin the weekend series against the St. Louis Cardinals. It's a 7:10 pitch tomorrow night, 6:40. We'll get your pregame underway. If you're going to do any shopping over the weekend at CLE Clothing Company, you have through Monday, that's the last day of June already, to use the promo code BBQ. And then we'll have a new one for you for July. Maybe it'll be BBC. I don't know.
Hey-o.
But hey.
BBW.
Yeah. But we'll find out. We are out next week. When we return on July the 7th, Roseanne Barr will make her debut on this program, provided everything goes well. I'm excited to talk to her, but I'm also a little reticent to mention that she's going to be here because, who knows? It could go either way. Kyle from Worcester, I can't sneeze properly. I get runny noses from time to time, but when I have to sneeze, it all comes from the mouth. Alan, I was a D1 scholarship football player in the 80s. I did the catch the hawked lug off the ceiling in the locker room thing. Gained a lot of respect.
Disgusting.
Respect? Well, it's more of that, like, machismo jock crap, right? I mean, hey, swallow my lug. Respect. Yeah. Really?
Not really. No, it just makes you an ass.
Well, listen, it's your mouth. What'd that mouth do? It's your mouth and your somebody else's lug. You do whatever you want to do with it. Bless you.
Oh, excuse me.
Still coming up on you.
Yep.
Yeah, see, it's not, nothing's coming. I don't feel that tightness in the chest anymore.
Really?
Yeah, so I don't know where it's gone. I don't know.
I went over and grabbed a couple of peppermints just to see if I could settle down the rumblings and the tumblings.
Because you've been burping a lot.
Yeah.
That's the desired effect. I haven't been.
Well, the desired effect for sure was the first one, that gigantic one where I almost threw up. That was the...
I guess so.
Yeah.
All at once. An Emmy Award-winning reporter on Detroit television had his home raided, and now he's under investigation. He's gay. He has a husband. They have a young daughter. There's a guy named Hank Winchester. He's at Channel 4 there in Detroit. I don't ever remember running into him. He's an investigative reporter. I used to do little cut-ins when I was on in Detroit with Channel 4, but they obviously have a lot of people there. You hear that?
I heard that.
Yeah, a little one.
It wanted to go.
That was underneath. Hank Winchester is also the host of a podcast. I'm sorry. He does host a podcast with the wife of a guy who plays for the Rams. I shouldn't say a guy. He does a podcast with Matt Stafford's wife.
Okay.
Yeah. So he does a podcast with her because Matt Stafford used to be obviously with the Lions. So they just kept that connection. But one of these investigative reporters where, you have your own segment. His is called Help Me, Hank. Like somebody will call the local TV station. They'll run out.
Yeah.
And they'll go, my landlord won't fix this crack. Hank is married to an Oakland County Circuit judge, a man named Jacob Cunningham. They have a young daughter. So the police raid his house. And the allegation has to do with sexual advances that he made during a massage. Now, the twist is they say that he recently studied massage therapy. So they are trying to figure out if he was the one doing the massaging or the one being massaged. Was he a masseuse, a masseur, harassing a client? Or was he being massaged? That's what they're trying to figure out. But this is like a high-profile guy in the Detroit media market.
But why do you get your house raided for that?
That's a good question.
Like, what, is he taking pictures while it was happening?
Don't know. So he's currently off the air. His attorney says this whole thing is going to be one big flop. Because he's high profile, that can generate false accusations. That is kind of your first line of defense if you are somebody who has a name in a market, is you go, well, they're high profile. It's you low profile jerks that can't, that you have fewer options, I guess. They haven't filed any charges, but it's a bad look for this guy.
Well, I just think if they revert to raiding your house, they probably know more than they're letting on. Right?
Yeah.
Like you don't just, hey, that guy tried to touch me inappropriately when he got a massage. They're not going to just go raid your house for that.
Yeah.
There's got to be more to it.
A disgraced weather, they're kind of going through some other television personality cases. There was a weatherman in Virginia who was arrested after he made a sex tape and tried to extort his victims. Hey, there's a high-pressure system in my pants. One of those. Last year, a TV anchor in Louisiana resigned after he was caught sexting what he thought was a 15-year-old girl. Of course, but it ended up being one of those, like, vigilantes. You know? It's always the cops. Oh, that's why teachers are doing it in person. You know? When they're like, oh, a teacher. There was the story today, and I think we talked about it while it was happening, but they have set a court date for this woman who was a teacher who was knocked up by her 11-year-old student.
Oh. And
the student is like, I initiated it. It's not her fault. You know, sweet little juvenile brain. That's how it works. It wasn't her fault. I came on to her. And they're like, yeah, but she's an adult.
And you're 11.
Yeah. So she had the kid. The dad somehow came to the conclusion that that kid looked a lot like him and his son. And that's what started that whole. But anyway, teachers are doing this in person. These guys do this online. They think they're talking to a 15-year-old girl, and it always ends up being a cop or somebody working for the cops on the other end of the phone. A married Louisiana TV anchor had to abruptly quit his job after sexting with somebody he thought was a 15-year-old girl. But she turned out to be a trio of vigilante predator hunters.
Oh.
I think we might have talked about this at the time. A guy named Bill Lunn. He was an anchor and the news director. He was the ND at KTBS in Shreveport, Louisiana. Arranged the meetup at his home at lunchtime with what he thought was a 15-year-old girl, and then 3 guys arrived with the cops. And they handed over all kinds of stuff from this guy, texts and things like that.
Good.
Yeah, and they're like, you could tell by looking at the guy, he knew it was all over. But that's got to be tough, man. You know, because this was a married dude, had like teenage boys, you know. You're on television. It's a pretty good gig, even if you're in a market like Shreveport, Louisiana.
I want to know more about this Hank guy.
Hank Winchester.
Yeah, there's gonna be something nasty with this dude. I bet that comes out.
Well, did they raid Deshaun Watson's house?
I don't know.
I don't either.
But I mean, this sounds like it was one person. The way that they said it, like he got a massage and did something with a sexual advance.
Right.
That's one person that says you did something. They're going to raid your house.
Well, also there was a local guy here on television who'd been there for a long time, and he recently lost his gig. And there were all kinds of rumors circulating about him and why he lost his gig. But I think it turned out to be something completely innocuous. But people were like speculating and conjecture, and they had heard this and they had heard that. And in the end, it turned out to have nothing to do with any of that. You know, it was something, I think, really boring. But, and so that's different than like if they go to your house and go, oh, look at all these texts.
Yeah.
To this girl, you thought it was a 15-year-old girl.
Totally. I still say that there has to be way more to that dude's situation. The more they looked into, okay, there was an allegation that you made a sexual advancement to a masseuse. They had to have started looking into him and been like, oh, right.
There's something else going on.
There's some bad stuff here.
Right.
Help me, Hank. More like help me, Spank. Am I right? Am I
WMMS
right?
Rob on Instagram.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Gonna grab some afternoon delight. My motto's always been it's right. Why wait until the middle of a cold, dark night when everything's a little clearer in the light of day? And we know the night is always gonna be here anyway. Thinking of you's working up my appetite. Looking forward to a little afternoon delight. Rubbing sticks and stones together, making sparks ignite. And the thought of loving you is getting so exciting. Sky rockets in flight. Afternoon delight. You guys have it, I think. Afternoon delight.
I don't know, Ron. That sounds kind of crazy.
Sounds like you have mental problems, man.
Yeah, you have mental problems, man.
Yeah, it really does.
Man.
Afternoon delight.
So good.
And they just walk away. I like Carell harmonizing with the falsetto in that. Boy, whoever thought Carell would be such a great actor?
He's
great
great.
actor. Yeah, we were watching this movie on HBO called Mountainhead about these 4 tech bros who are kind of hanging out over the weekend while the world's burning around them. And it's just the guy that created the show Succession wrote and directed this movie called Mountainhead. And it's real claustrophobic. But Carell's in it and, a bunch of other dudes that I'm not quite sure who they are, but it was real good.
Yeah, he's really great.
He's fantastic.
I mean, I don't know that I've ever seen anything he was in that was bad. Like he's a really likable guy too.
Well, have you seen Seeking a Friend for the End of the World? That wasn't great.
No, I did not.
Yeah. But he's good in stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's in that reboot of the 4 Seasons, that miniseries. I didn't watch that either. But yeah, he's really good. He and Colbert like kind of got going in the Dana Carvey show when they came out of Second City, the old Dana Carvey sketch show. That's where they popped up. I think that was before they were even on The Daily Show. Because he wasn't that well known when Anchorman blew up.
No, he had done
he did Bruce Almighty. Yeah,
that scene when he does the I laugh every single time I see that, man. It destroys me. That clip is so funny.
Welcome to Eyewitness News at 6 with Susan Ortega, Evan Baxter, Fred Donahue, Sports, Dallas Coleman.
That Catherine Bell is foxy, too, man. What happened to her?
News team.
Good evening and welcome to Eyewitness News at 6. I'm Susan Ortega.
And I'm Evan Baxter, and here's what's making news. A potential scandal with the Buffalo PD surfaced today when the mayor demanded that the chief as a response to allegations. Sorry, I seem to have something stuck in my eye.
Somebody get him some water, please.
It looks like my new co-anchor may need a glass of water.
Oh, there we go. Sorry about that. In other news, the Prime Minister of Sweden visited Washington today, and my tiny little nipples went to France.
What did he just say? Check the prompter.
I like a
prompt just fine. Evan, read the copy, please. The copy's good. Just read it.
The White House Reception Committee greeted the Prime Rib Roast Minister, and I do the cha-cha like a sissy girl. I like a do the cha-cha. I'm sorry, we seem to be having some technical difficulties. In other news... Oh, my apologies.
Not easy to do, right?
No, but you could tell, it's just, there's some great outtakes of that, too. Just you just see everybody roaring, laughing. Because he just stays so straight when he's doing it.
The one that comes to mind with me where they were like, we've got all the pieces in play. This is going to be a blockbuster. Was that Burt Wonderstone movie? Did you ever watch that?
I don't think I ever got through it. I do remember trying to watch it. So, yeah, I guess you found one. Was Jim Carrey in that, too?
He was.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
The incredible Burt Wonderstone.
He's a magician.
He's a magician, yeah. Like
Yeah,
a Siegfried and Roy type guy, like a Vegas dude.
I don't think I ever got through it.
It was Buscemi with like a flowy wig and Gandolfini was in that. I think right before he died.
Jesus Christ. I'm a magician.
Yeah. Oh.
Sit still. I'm going to pull a rabbit out of my hat. Huh? Jesus Christ. Look over here. This your card?
Yeah, that is my card.
Sweet.
It's Ace of Spades?
I know it was your card.
Yeah.
Of course.
You're so good at the misdirect. Doug Money was his name in that movie. You're so good, Doug. All these card tricks. Burt Wonderstone and his partner, Anton Marvelton. No, listen, everything about it screamed this is going to be a massive hit. And it was a flop.
That happens.
It was one of the biggest bombs of 2013. That's how old that movie is.
That also is odd.
Well, also because you're like, oh, we can recreate some of that Jim Carrey, Steve Carell magic.
Yeah.
Except by that time, Carell was getting top billing, you know. Anywho, congratulations to them. Dinner for Schmucks was bad too, somebody else says. Yeah, but again, none of them are his fault. He's usually great in everything, you know what I mean?
I don't even know if I saw that. I know he plays a dumbass.
Yeah, it was Paul Rudd and,
who I love. Another guy say can't do anything wrong.
Yeah, I went to go see that movie Friendship with him and Tim Robinson, and it was so weird. I mean, I had taken an edible too, so that was part of it, but it was like, it's so weird. It's like a full-on Tim Robinson movie. Paul Rudd just happens to be there. It's like bone dry. I don't even know if it's out anymore. It was such a small film. Just happened to see it. We gotta go. That's enough for me. I'm gonna try to go fart.
Yeah.
Out this Sprite. Can you imagine if my jeans smell like lemon lime later on, Rob?
That's the thing. Like, I could right now easily fart. So I don't know if it's the gas that didn't come out in the burp. Does it work its way out like that?
I mean, I have to think, right?
We'll have to set the mics up tomorrow, pointed down. I'll go over and use Jen Pachano's mic to.
Because she's a parrot head.
That's right. Listen, it's not because of that. It's just because I think it's funny, and because she's a parrot head. Hard dog.
Okay. All right. We've outstayed our welcome. Overstayed our welcome? What's the word?
Nah.
We've
never
overstayed our welcome. So we will return tomorrow and try this again.
Tomorrow's Friday.
Friday tomorrow, yeah. Comedian Pete Lee will be here. He's a funny dude. How can people get you in the interim, Rob?
On Instagram, WMMS Rob.
I'm Alan Cox Show on your platforms. The show is available for you on, wherever you get your podcasts. If you listen on the iHeartRadio app, in particular, you can drop talkback messages there. Otherwise, our After Hours line, always there for you if you want to leave a voicemail for us. That's 216-986-8903. I think the Corey Roddick Experience is next, yes?
Sure is.
All right. Guardians are done, and you're in good shape with Corey on the way after 6:30. So we'll talk to you again tomorrow. Thanks, guys, very much for hanging out. See you in hell.
And now I must leave you as the Brady Bunch is on, and I find 4 of those children incredibly arousing. Get out of here.
Be careful of what you say. Be careful in every way.